this weekend titled Insight into Reality. I think it'd be nice to start with a short meditation just to relax the body, relax the mind, and set good motivation. So let's find a nice comfortable posture. As an act of loving kindness for yourself, allow your awareness to descend into the body. Simply becoming aware of sensations throughout the body. If you notice any areas of tightness or tension in any part of the body, then use the out-breath to relax and release that tightness or tension as best you can. Bringing your attention to the area of the face, and soften and relax all the muscles in the face. Mouth and jaw soft and relaxed. And all the muscles around the eyes, soft and relaxed. This way, allowing the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. Relaxing more deeply with each out-breath. The breathing to settle into its natural rhythm. Not trying trying to control or regulate the breath in any way. Simply allowing it to flow naturally and effortlessly. And with each out-breath, letting go of any thoughts that may have arisen. Happily releasing them. And simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Wherever you can most easily notice any sensations associated with the breathing. Maintaining an ongoing flow of mindfulness of the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Find that you've got distracted from the breath, no need to get upset. In fact, be happy that you've noticed you've become distracted. And then the very first thing to do is simply relax. Then release the distraction and very gently return to focusing on the breath without clamping down more forcefully. So relax, release, and return. Each time you notice you get distracted. Simply keep coming back to the breath again and again, patiently and happily. your motivation for coming here today? And then set the best possible motivation you can for attending these sessions here today. And then trying to expand your motivation out to include others. We're not just doing this for our own benefit, but we're doing this so we can be of more benefit to those around us. We can bring the meditation to a close. Let's start with a short review of some of the main points we covered yesterday evening before we move on today. So this weekend course is called Insight into Reality. And this word insight here is a translation of the original Sanskrit word vipassana, or in Pali it's vipassana. So both of those words, the VI part, the prefix there, means higher or superior, and passana or passana means to see. So vipassana or vipassana means higher seeing, seeing beyond. And so what we're talking about, of course, here is insight into reality. So this word vipassana or vipassana is often translated as insight or sometimes special insight. Try to gain insight into reality. Why is this important? From a Buddhist perspective, the underlying root cause of our mental afflictions, such as anger and attachment and jealousy and so on, is a distorted view of reality. And this is what is driving our behaviour and ending in our suffering experiences. So if we want to overcome mental afflictions and suffering, we need to eliminate the underlying cause, which is our distorted view of reality. So this vipassana or vipassana practice is essential. And of course, when we talk about vipassana or vipassana practice, we're talking not about just only gaining a correct intellectual understanding of reality. Because our behaviour is not driven by our intellectual understanding, it's driven by our instinctive habits. So vipassana practice, there are, in fact in all practices, there are 3 stages we go through. And I use the Tibetan words here because they're very short. Go, nyam, tok. So the first stage, go, means intellectual. So the first stage of any practice, and this vipassana practice, is to gain an intellectual understanding of reality. And we need that, of course, as a framework for meditation practice. So then we take that intellectual understanding we have and we bring it into meditation. And we meditate on the nature of reality to come to have nyam, a taste or experience of the nature of reality in meditation. And that taste or experience then can start to have a very strong impact on our mind. And you may notice that from meditating on nature reality, that for a short time outside of meditation, that's meditation still affecting your mind. And during that time, then we're much more in harmony, experientially, how we see things. And you'll find that during that time, your mind will be more calm, less mental afflictions, and less suffering. But it'll wear off. So what we want to do, of course, is we want to stabilize this. So we want to move from an experience of nature of reality meditation to talk, a realization. We want to be able to directly realize how things exist in meditation. This is a very stable experience that will have a long-lasting impact on our mind. To have a realization, of course, of nature of reality, we need a very stable and clear mind. So the basis of the Vipassana, or the concentration practice, to develop single point of concentration. Because if we don't develop single point of concentration, the most we can manage in Vipassana practice is have a little taster experience, which is useful, but it'll wear off. So if we want to move from here to here, we need to really have that single point of concentration. And so what we're looking at in this weekend is these 6 main points. That yesterday evening we started by looking at our distorted view of reality, and we'll look at that again briefly. Then how that is the root cause of our mental afflictions and suffering. We also looked at that yesterday evening. And today and tomorrow we're going to look at how to establish the correct view of reality, how to meditate on that, and then how through meditating on that we progress along the path, the stages of the path, to overcome suffering, to find liberation, and then how to integrate this practice into daily life. Because every practice has 2 parts: meditation to internalize, and then integrating into daily life. So if we want any practice to progress, we need both of those elements. We need to meditate to internalize, and then we need to bring that into daily life. We need to integrate that. And then we can progress in the practice. So we'll be looking at how to integrate this Vipassana practice in daily life, particularly in the last session tomorrow afternoon. So then yesterday evening we saw that there are at least 4 ways in which we have a distorted view of reality now. That the first way is that we see things which are changing as unchanging. So of course this is this idea of impermanence. I think we all intellectually accept impermanence, that things are changing moment by moment. Science has proven that, we learned that at school. I think none of us have a problem with this. But experientially, I don't think that's how we see things. Actually, experientially, we see the things around us as actually not really changing much, that they're quite stable. This cup was the same cup that was here yesterday, it'll be the same cup here tomorrow. That's how we relate to things, which of course is completely out of sync with the changing nature of everything. So we need to fix that. So we need to bring that intellectual understanding of impermanence into experience through meditation, to experientially see things as changing moment by moment. Another area where we distort reality is that we see pleasure as happiness. So of course when we talk about happiness, we can talk about these 2 types of happiness. There's temporal happiness, which is our pleasurable experiences, but then we talk about genuine happiness. Genuine happiness is a state of inner well-being that does not require any particular stimulus. So this is a very stable, lasting type of happiness. But what we tend to do is we equate pleasure with happiness. We equate pleasure with genuine happiness, that we hope our pleasurable experiences are going to fulfill us, satisfy us, and we hope that they last. So this, of course, is distortion, because pleasurable experiences will never satisfy us, they will never last, because they're stimulus-based happiness, they will always come to an end, and they're unreliable as well, of course. The third place where we distort reality is we see where there's no self as a self, meaning that here there seems to be a me that seems to be more than just the body and the mind. There seems to be some third thing, an extra thing, a me that stands apart from the body and the mind. That's how we see ourselves. And that is what's called grasping to self. And as we're going to shortly see in this session, there is no such self. We do not exist in this overinflated way. Of course, we're not saying here there's no me and no person. We're just saying that this is not an accurate way of seeing ourselves as a person. There is no self here that is something more than the body and the mind. And then the deepest way we distort reality, and that's the one we're mainly focusing on this weekend, is that we see things which are dependent as independent. And again, I think at some level, I think we all appreciate this idea of interdependency, that things are interdependent. But again, instinctively, we do really see or feel that there's an independent me here and an independent objective world out there. That's how we relate to ourselves and the world. And that is a distortion. So these are the at least 4 ways in which we distort reality. And so we're going to look at these, how to overcome them. We've already looked at some of these yesterday evening. I just want to briefly go through the first few again in this session, and then particularly in this session look at this idea here of no self. And then for the rest of the weekend we're going to focus on this one here, this idea of dependency. And then yesterday evening we also looked at how our distorted view of reality is the root of our mental afflictions and suffering. And in particular here we looked at this chart that you have, the first one, in terms of this distorted way of seeing that there is an independent me and an independent objective world out there. And we saw how that leads to the mental afflictions and then suffering. So again, just to briefly go through this so we have it clear in our mind, is this word ignorance here is this distorted view, this fundamental ignorance grasping onto independent me, independent world. And seed of ignorance means the habit of that. So we have the habit of grasping onto an independent me, independent world. And that's been with us since we were born and well before that, according to Buddhism. And then every time we look out on the world, things appear to exist independent of us. And this appearance, according to this view of reality, is saying that this is a mistaken dualistic appearance. There is no subject-object duality. There is no independent subject-me, independent objective world. So that is mistaken. But because everything appears to us in this way, and we have the habit of believing it, we never question appearances. There's no reason to question appearances because we've never seen things in any other way. And if we ask anyone else, they'll also agree with us, yes, this appears to exist independent of me. So we never question appearances. We just accept. So we just ignorantly grasp onto independent me, independent world. And then we saw that because of that, then every time we experience something, there is this mental factor of feeling, which is to experience things as either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That's always there in every experience. And what we saw was that, for example, if we look at these flowers, they appear to exist independent of us. We have the habit of believing that, so we just accept that. And then if we experience those flowers and we have a pleasant experience, that pleasant experience, together with the belief that those flowers exist independent of us, will naturally lead us to assume there must be some attractive quality there that's causing my pleasant experience. So we'll see these flowers as inherently attractive from their own side, that the beauty is there. And of course this view of reality is saying this is a misconception. Similarly, if we have an unpleasant experience, we'll naturally assume there must be some unattractive quality there causing our unpleasant feeling, therefore inherently unattractive. Or if it's a neutral experience, inherently neutral. And then once we get to this point, then step 4 easily follows. Because again, if I'm having a pleasant experience when I see these flowers, I like pleasant experiences, I want pleasant experiences, those flowers seem to be causing my pleasant experience, I want those flowers, attachment. Or if I'm having an unpleasant experience, I don't like them, I don't want them, those flowers seem to be causing my unpleasant experience, get them out of here, aversion. So we end up with attachment to pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things, and then simply reinforcing, through neutral experiences, reinforcing the fact that these flowers are existing independent of us. So these are the three main mental afflictions that lead to all the other mental afflictions. These are driving our behavior, our actions, and then our actions are leading to our experiences. And here, all of our experiences collectively, we saw yesterday evening, the Buddha described them using the word dukkha, which most commonly is translated as suffering. So this is the process of how our distorted view of reality leads to the mental afflictions, which then leads to us being stuck in this state of suffering, or dukkha. So we looked at that yesterday evening. Any questions about that before I move on? Is that sort of clear? Okay. And then we began to give a little introduction into how to establish the correct view of reality. And we began by looking at the Four Noble Truths, which are the foundation of all Buddhist traditions, the very first thing the Buddha taught. And in the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha is being like our doctor, diagnosing what is our human condition. So as part of that diagnosis was that he said we are stuck in a state of dukkha, which is most commonly translated as suffering. But again, this is a classic example of how terminology can create confusion. Because for us, this word suffering implies some sort of unpleasant, painful, physical or mental experience. But the Buddha was not saying that our whole life is simply unpleasant, painful, physical or mental experiences. He said our life is dukkha. To really appreciate what that word really means, we looked at these three levels or types of dukkha. That part of the human condition is what's called the dukkha of suffering, and here the word suffering does mean our unpleasant, painful, physical, mental experiences. So we have those sometimes in our life. That's obvious. But then we also have part of the human condition is what's called the dukkha of change, which is talking about our pleasant experiences. So sometimes we have pleasant experiences in our life. But underlying both our pleasant and unpleasant experiences, there is something deeper going on in the human condition. And that is what's called this all-pervasive dukkha. And that is, at the deepest level, our life is pervaded by the possibility of some sort of suffering to arise. That in every single moment, there is a potential for some sort of suffering to arise in our life. Why is that potential there? Is we have to go to the second noble truth, the underlying cause or reason we're stuck in the state of dukkha, and of course it's the mental afflictions. Some mental afflictions like this distorted view of reality, ignorance, attachment, aversion, jealousy, anxiety and so forth, anger. As long as these mental afflictions are in our mind, there's always a potential for suffering to arise in any given moment. And so that is the meaning of dukkha. So sometimes to avoid this confusion of translating it as suffering, here in the First Noble Truth, some translators translate dukkha as unsatisfactory. So is the human condition unsatisfactory? In terms of unpleasant experiences, yes, because we don't want them. In terms of pleasant experiences, they're unsatisfactory because they always come to an end and they're unreliable, yes. And of course, if we grasp to them, we create suffering. And then at the deepest level, our human condition is unsatisfactory because there's always a potential for suffering to arise in our life. So the word unsatisfactory sort of can give a better meaning maybe of dukkha, but you most commonly see this word dukkha translated here as suffering. So this is the Buddha's diagnosis for our current condition, that we're stuck in this state of dukkha because of the mental afflictions. And the Buddhist assertion, of course, is we're stuck in this state not just in this life, but life after life after life. We continually cycle life after life in this condition because of mental afflictions. And this cycling life after life in this condition is called samsara. Sometimes translated as cyclic existence. But of course the good news is that we can cure ourselves. We can achieve a healthy state. That's the third noble truth. Truth of cessation is the Buddha's prognosis, that we can be cured. We can achieve a cessation of all suffering and its causes. We can achieve liberation, and that state is called nirvana. Nirvana is a state completely free of all suffering and its causes. How do we cure ourselves? How do we achieve this healthy state? The fourth noble truth. Truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. And we started then to look at the next chart, and we'll continue that a little bit because there's a few things I didn't have time to cover yesterday evening. So let's have a look at these three vehicles chart. So these Four Noble Truths are the core of Buddhist teachings, and this is the idea that really spread originally from India into Sri Lanka, up the northeast of India into Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Southeast Asia. So in these countries, modern day Buddhist countries, they're called the Theravada traditions, coming through the original Pali language. And the goal here is, of course, nirvana, to achieve this liberation from suffering. And when we achieve this goal, we become called an arhat. How can we achieve this goal? What is the truth, the path, the fourth noble truth? Here, the practices normally is listed as this noble eightfold path. So here are 8 practices that we need to engage in to achieve liberation. Right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration, right view, and right thought. All of those 8 practices can be condensed into these 3 higher trainings. The first 3 of the Eightfold Path is ethics, the next 3 are concentration, and the last 2 is wisdom. So there are 3 core practices we need to engage in: ethics, concentration, wisdom. So of course ethics is avoiding harmful behaviour, non-virtuous behaviour. On that basis we engage in the concentration practice to develop single-pointed concentration. And so remember, in many Buddhist traditions this practice is called shamatha practice, to develop this single-pointed concentration. In the Theravada traditions this concentration practice is often called jhana practice. It's another level of concentration. And on that basis of developing single-pointed concentration, we can engage in the wisdom practice or the vipassana practice to gain insight into the nature of reality. And here in the Theravada traditions then, when they talk about the wisdom practice or vipassana practice, they're talking about gaining these 3 insights here, called the 3 marks of existence: impermanence, suffering, and no self. So by engaging in this practice of impermanence, and remember we need to internalize this, we need to not only gain an intellectual understanding, which I think for impermanence we already have, we need to investigate in meditation to come to experience the fact that everything is changing moment by moment. And here, in our vipassana practice, so in the concentration practice, in the shamatha practice or jhana practice, of course the main tool we use is mindfulness. So we are strengthening our mindfulness. We are cultivating mindfulness in this practice. Because mindfulness is our ability to hold the object. So we are cultivating or strengthening mindfulness in the concentration practice. And then we apply that mindfulness in the vipassana practice to gain insight into reality. So here, how we do that in the Theravada traditions is we have what's called the 4 applications of mindfulness. That we are applying mindfulness to investigate 4 types of phenomena. And the first thing that generally we investigate here is the body, And then we investigate feelings, again, the pleasant, unpleasant, neutral experiences. And then we go on to investigate our own mind. And then lastly, phenomena in general. We investigate those four types of phenomena to gain insight into them. And of course, the insights we are gaining by investigating these phenomena is we gain the insight of impermanence, suffering, and no self. Any of you who have done a Goenka Vipassana retreat, of course this is coming from the Burmese Buddhist tradition, so it's within the Theravada. So those of you who have done that retreat, what we do, of course, in that retreat is we're main retreat. So you just focus on the body, and we are really just coming to the first insight of impermanence. So we're just scanning the body, noticing sensations in the body, and noticing that everything we see in the body is changing moment by moment. So this is basically all you do for the 10-day retreat. But actually, technically speaking, it's called a 10-day Vipassana retreat. Technically, that's a bit misleading, because it's not 10-day Vipassana retreat. In fact, the first 4 days, you're only doing shamatha practice. There's no Vipassana the first 4 days. You're just focusing here at the nostrils, focusing on the sensations of the breath, strengthening mindfulness for 4 days, 10 hours a day. Because without this, we won't be able to do Vipassana practice. So we spend 4 days improving mindfulness, better concentration. Then during day 4, we move to Vipassana practice. And in this retreat, what you do is you are only investigating the body, scanning the body, noticing that everything you see in the body is actually changing moment by moment. Sensations arising, passing, rising, passing. So for the next 6 days, that's all you do. 10 hours a day, scanning the body, because we have to internalize, because again, intellectually we know everything in our body is changing moment by moment. But we need to bring that into experience. Otherwise, it's not going to help. That's why we keep doing that again, 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 and again. To really experientially see that everything in our body is changing moment by moment. And then if we can really start to have a little taste of this transitory nature of the body, that will have a dramatic positive impact outside of meditation. So this is, in that retreat, we are, because it's an introductory level retreat, we're only focusing on the body, and we're only really focusing on the first insight of impermanence. But then, of course, from that, then you can go on to investigate the suffering nature of the body, and also you can go on and investigate there's no self to be found anywhere in that body. And then, of course, you can go on to investigate feelings, mind, and phenomena to see the same thing, that all of those 3 things are changing moment by moment. They're in the nature of suffering, and there's no self to be found anywhere there either. So you can go through those 4 phenomena to gain these 3 insights. What I'd like to briefly do now, and then we're going to do a meditation, is have a look at this idea of no self. So the word self here is it's a translation of a Sanskrit word atma. And self here is talking about an overinflated false sense of me. And in particular here, we're talking about a sense of me in terms of being a self that seems to be self-sufficient and substantially existent. Self-sufficient here means a me that seems to not really need to rely on anything else to exist. That experientially we have a sense that there's a me here, and this me is self-sufficient. It doesn't seem to depend on anything else to exist, and it seems very substantial and very solid. And as I mentioned yesterday evening, we have this in our language. You know, we say, I have a body, I have a mind. As if there's a third thing, something a little bit different from the body and the mind, a me that has a body and has a mind. And then even sometimes, you know, we may look at our body, we don't like what we see, and then sometimes we even have a thought like, I'd like to swap this body for a younger, more healthy, more beautiful body. You know, sometimes we have these thoughts. And then sometimes we look at our mind, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. And sometimes we have a thought, I'd like to swap this mind for a more kind, more compassionate, less neurotic mind. You know, we have these thoughts. But where is the me that could do this swap? That's the question. Because if we take out this body and mind, is there anything left over? You know, can we actually do this swap? I mean, we think like that, but logically speaking, that's illogical, because there is no such me. So if we investigate here, we'll come to realize there's nothing more than the body and the mind. There's not something extra here that is a self. And so that's what we're going to do now, is a little meditation to investigate, is there this self here that seems to be here? Because that's how we relate to ourselves. We really do feel as if there is a me here. Somehow it seems to be a bit mixed in, yet it seems to be self-sufficient. This me seems to really not depend on anything else to exist, and it seems very substantial and very real. Is there such a me here? That's the question. Now, when we do this Vipassana practice, in fact, whenever we do any Vipassana practice, there's a couple of places where people go astray in the Vipassana practice. Firstly, what often happens is that we've not done any shamatha practice. So our mind is not very stable and clear, our mind is distracted, half asleep and so forth. So we do this investigation, and then after a few seconds, instead of looking for the me, we're thinking about breakfast and what we have to do for the rest of the day, and then we go, oh, what was I supposed to be doing? And then, of course, we get nowhere. It's the same as at work. You know, if we're not focused at work, we're trying to do something, and then we start daydreaming, and then, you know, 15 minutes later we go, oh, I'm supposed to be doing something here, aren't I? So we don't actually get anything done. So similarly in this meditation, this is one of the difficulties we face, is we don't have enough focus. So we really need to put effort into this practice, because without putting effort here, we can do this Vipassana practice till the cows come home and we won't get anything. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Guaranteed. Because we'll be distracted, we'll be half asleep, we're not going to come to any insight. So we need to put effort into this as a basis for this. But even if we put effort into this as a basis for this, often the place where people go astray in this practice is they turn it into an intellectual exercise. Because we all have some intellectual belief about who we really are, usually based on our belief system. And that belief system has been developed through all sorts of things that we hear and so forth. For example, you know, if we've studied some Buddhism, then often in Buddhism we talk about this sort of subtle mental continuum going from life to life, and so that's sort of the me. And so then what happens is, in this meditation, then instead of looking to see if there is, instead of looking directly to see if there's such a me here, the intellectual mind goes, I know the answer, I'm a subtle mental continuum because I learnt that in Buddhism. Or, the other thing that often happens is, if people have studied more New Age things, and often in New Age philosophies they talk about everything in the universe is subtle vibration, subtle energy and so forth, then if we've studied that and we accept that, then when we do this meditation, the intellectual mind goes, I know the answer, I'm just subtle energy, I'm just subtle vibration, I know that, I believe that. And then we go, okay, I don't need to do anything, I know the answer. But I can guarantee you, when you get angry, you're not identifying the subtle mental continuum or subtle energy as the me. I can guarantee you. So what we don't want to do in this practice is allow the intellectual mind to interfere. So give the intellectual mind a holiday, tell them, go and have a holiday, and just look. It's the same as a scientist. We want to be a scientist. We need to do an empirical investigation. If a scientist allow their belief system to interfere, then of course they come up with all sorts of answers to confirm their belief system. Then they're not being true scientists because they're not being empirical, because they're allowing their belief system to corrupt or pollute their experiment. So you need to leave your belief system out. Your belief system may or may not be accurate, doesn't matter. Just leave it out. We need to be empirical scientists. We need to look in our direct experience. Otherwise, Vipassana practice is not Vipassana practice. It's just, we're just sort of confirming our belief system, whatever that happens to be. And that's not going to help us. So that's what we're going to do now. So any questions about this before we jump into the meditation? Anything that's not sort of clear here? Okay, let's do the meditation. As always, we begin by preparing the body. So setting the body into a state of relaxation, stillness, and vigilance. A vigilant posture is simply to keep the back nice and straight. And then at the same time, allow the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. Relaxing more deeply with each out-breath. the mind, setting it in a state of ease and relaxation. So not dwelling in the past, not anticipating the future, simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment, focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Maintaining that ongoing flow of mindfulness of the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Now, do you have a sense that there is a me here who is trying to relax the body, and a me who is trying to focus the mind on the breath? A me that seems to exist from its own side and doesn't seem to depend upon anything else to exist. Do you have this experience? Where is this me who is trying to become the master or controller of the body and the mind? Where is the me who is trying to relax the body? Is the body simply trying to relax itself? Or is there a me separate from the body who is trying to relax the body? If there seems to be a me separate from the body who is trying to relax the body, where is this me? So again, don't allow the intellectual mind to try to answer this question. Simply look in your direct observation. Where is this me? Where is the me who is trying to relax the body? And where is the me who is trying to focus the mind on the breath? Is the mind simply trying to focus itself? Or is there a me separate from the mind who is trying to focus the mind? If there seems to be a me separate from the mind who is trying to focus the mind on the breath, where is this me? So again, search thoroughly. See if you can find that me. Using your direct observation. Now, in your direct experience, what is actually here? There is the constant flow of physical change that is called the body. And there there is the constant flow of mental experience that is called the mind. Yet, other than the body and the mind, what else is there here? If there's nothing more than the body and the mind here, then where is the me who is relaxing the body and focusing the mind? However, it's undeniable that there is someone here who's experiencing all of this. So there is a me. But how can that me exist if we don't seem to be able to find it? The me exists as something merely labelled on the basis of the body that is sitting here and the mind that is focusing on the breath. The merely labelled me is the me who is trying to bring the body and mind under control. Any questions about that practice?
You said in the last part, there is a middle layer of me. I don't know what to ask you, but I try to understand it. That's why I'm asking in this little silly way. Is there a me, but it's really labeled, or is there no me?
If there's no me, we couldn't even entertain that question. So the fact that you can ask the question, is there a me, proves there's a me. So there's no Buddhist tradition that says there's no me. This is nihilism. The question is not whether or not we exist. The fact that to ask the question means you exist. The question is, how do we exist? And what we're saying here is that we tend to see ourselves in this way. That somewhere here, there seems to be a me that's something more than just the body and the mind. It seems to be something extra on top of the body and the mind. And that's how we often relate to ourselves, as that self-sufficient, substantial me. And that's what we were looking for in this practice. Is there such a me here or not? So again, whether we're doing this Vipassana practice or any, two things are key. One, again, if we don't have any concentration, if we not have a calm, clear mind, I think none of our investigations are really going to work, because we're going to start to look and then we get distracted, we get half asleep, and then nothing. It's the same as everything in our, if we're trying to solve some problem, some deep problem at work, and we're not focused, we're never going to solve it, because we're going to be off here and sleepy. And the other thing is, we are trying to look empirically, objectively, is there such a me here or not? And so again, the other area we go wrong is we allow our intellectual mind to come in to this investigation. Our intellectual mind goes, no, what are you doing that for? I know the answer. I learned that in Buddhism. I'm just a subtle mental continuum. I know the answer. Or if we've done some more New Age thing, the intellectual mind goes, I'm just subtle energy. I'm subtle vibration. I know that. And so we don't search.
But what I was thinking about is that there is a body that is trying to relax.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the feeling was like, yeah, just like you said, there was somebody above the body that was saying, so now I'm seeing what you are doing. Kind of like,
sure.
Not the God, but like this strange feeling. And then this other part you said that this mind.
There seems to be a me focusing the mind.
Yeah.
So where is this me? This is the question.
Yeah. So where
exactly. So this is the me that we relate to.
But why can we feel it if it's not there? I mean, okay. Why do we? Why?
That's the big question. I mean, see, this is our ignorance. Our mind is obscured.
Yeah.
So this ignorance is like obscured. It's like now, let's say it's like we don't have clear eyesight, or it's a dark room. Then we see all sorts of things that are not there, and we're convinced they're there. It's because we can't see clearly. So this practice is about seeing clearly what's actually there.
But why everybody has it? It's strange, isn't it?
It's because this ignorance, it's because we all have bad eyesight in mentally. We're obscured. Our mind is obscured by this ignorance, and this ignorance has been there since we were born and before. It's not like somehow, the Buddhist assertion is not like one time we saw things clearly and then somehow we started to making a mistake. That's impossible.
But it's so, I mean, similar to each other. This view, it's so similar to each other. It's fantastic.
Well, there are a couple of slightly different wrong ways of seeing ourselves, and we're going to look at that a little bit later in the starting next session, actually. But yes, I mean, we have a similar sort of ignorance.
And everything seems to spring from it.
Yeah, that's what we saw. Okay. So let's take a morning tea break. Come back at 11:45. So 25 minutes.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
Do you think we make up this me out of insecurity? Because
Well,
to be in control.
Yeah, this.
And I think of like to be at peace and come to relaxation. You can't control that. It's not willpower.
Well, there's two things here. Well, two levels. There is, we do this at an instinctive level, and then on top of that, we also do it at an intellectual level. So often, based on our belief system, we add even more obscuration on top of the instinctive. So what we were doing here in this meditation is more at the instinctive level. But then at an intellectual level on top of that, and I think this is what you're pointing at, is that intellectually, because of insecurities and fears and stuff, we fabricate even more stuff on top. That is easy to dispel, because intellectually we can see that that is complete hallucination. This is not so easy, because it's more instinctive at a more subtle level. So there are a number of levels where we fabricate. And at the intellectual level, it's often because of these reasons.
I think it's
Cultural reasons and so
or
forth.
connected to the survival instinct. That's what
Well, survival instinct is more instinctive. Survival is more instinctive. And actually, there's an interesting article I saw. There was a guy, a cognitive scientist, you know, and he talked about evolution. And he proved mathematically that actually evolution drives seeing reality accurately to extinction. That actually seeing reality as it is of no advantage in evolution. So actually he proved mathematically that evolution drives seeing reality accurately to extinction. Because it has no, because it's all about fitness for survival. And seeing reality as it is gives you no advantage. And so it actually gets pushed out of genetically. So that was very interesting, I thought.
Who was that scientist?
Donald Hoffman. He's a cognitive scientist, but he has a couple of mathematicians working for him. And he proved mathematically that evolution drives seeing reality clearly to extinction.
How
Very
can you
interesting.
know that?
Sorry? Oh, it's to do with fitness. It's to do with, because in evolution it's all about procreating, you know, survival of species. And seeing reality accurately, he proved mathematically, or mathematicians did at least, that there is no advantage in that in evolution. In fact, it's a disadvantage. It doesn't help in terms of survival.
But then you must have studied some people who...
No, I think he just used mathematics. They just used mathematics somehow. I mean, I don't know much about mathematics.
They used to talk about the bear and the cave here. You know that there is no bear in the cave, but you're not sure. So better not go there. So you skip it, even though you know it's no bear in there. You never know. So instinct says, well, we believe there is a bear inside.
Better safe than sorry.
Better safe. So
It's
it's
interesting.
a self-defense movie.
Interesting. Okay, let's have a tea break. If we just briefly go back to the three vehicles chart here. What we've been looking at so far is the sort of foundation level of Buddhism, which is exemplified by the Theravada Buddhist traditions in the modern world. And here we see that when we talk about this Vipassana practice, this wisdom practice, we're cultivating these three insights into impermanence, suffering, and no self. So at the deepest level, the fundamental ignorance that we are suffering from is we are grasping onto this self. That there seems to be a me here that's more than just the body and the mind, something extra. And we instinctively have this false sense of me, And according to here, that within the Theravada traditions, this is the fundamental ignorance that is the root of all of our mental afflictions and suffering. So if we can come to realize there's no such self, we can overcome all mental afflictions and suffering and achieve liberation. We can achieve nirvana. Then the Buddha, in his teachings called the Perfection of Wisdom teachings, he went on to say that actually there's a deeper level of ignorance than just grasping onto self. That the deepest level, the ignorance that we are suffering from, is that we grasp onto independent me, independent objective world. That we see things existing independently. So this is what he taught in his Perfection of Wisdom teachings. And these teachings forms the basis of the modern day Mahayana Buddhist traditions. Of course, we're talking about Chinese Buddhism, Zen, Korean, Vietnamese, and Tibetan Buddhism. So in these Buddhist traditions, they're basing on these Perfection of Wisdom teachings. And so here then, the deepest level of ignorance is this grasping onto independent me, independent world. So here then, as we see in this chart, the Vipassana practice, the insight practice here, we're mainly talking about gaining this wisdom of emptiness. That everything is empty of independent existence. Nothing exists independently. So that's what I'd like to look at now. And to introduce this topic, I'd like to read a little bit from a book by Alan Wallace, who has been following Tibetan Buddhism for about 40 plus years now. And he's, some years ago, wrote a book called Tibetan Buddhism from the Ground Up. And the section in the book here is called What is Really There? So I'd just like to read this and then we'll discuss the topic. He says, many of us believe that we directly perceive objective physical phenomena with our 5 physical senses. That the mental images we perceive via our senses are accurate representations of the objects we perceive. However, neurologist Antonio Damasio refutes this assumption, which is commonly called naive realism. So now he's quoting the neurologist who says the following. He says, when you and I look at an object outside ourselves, we form comparable images in our respective brains. We know this well because you and I can describe the object in very similar ways, down to fine details. But that does not mean that the image we see is the copy of whatever the object outside is like. Whatever it is like in absolute terms, we do not know. So now back to Alan Wallace. He says, in light of this neuroscientific view, with our 5 senses we directly perceive images generated in the brain. But these are not truly representations of anything existing independently of the brain. These sensory impressions of colours, sounds, smells, and so on are no more tangible than thoughts or dreams. While we seem to experience colours and so on as they exist in the objective world, independent of our senses, this is an illusion, very much like a dream. Having determined that the reality we perceive depends on our sense faculties, what then really does exist outside our senses? When we close this book and leave the room, shutting the door behind us, what remains? It is an ancient question that has been asked since the time of the Greeks. What exists behind appearances? What really exists out there? This brings up a familiar problem. What happens when a tree falls and nobody is in the forest to watch it or hear it? Most people agree something happened. The tree trunk is on the ground, there is a big dent, things start to rot, and ants and termites live in the fallen trunk. But what happened? Western scientists have traditionally responded to this question by trying to find primary or intrinsic qualities of the falling tree that can be measured. Mass is one of those. The idea being that the tree has a quantifiable amount of stuff to it. Speed is another quality that does not seem to depend on anyone's perception. Briefly considering the history of Western scientific thinking on this point may be a useful digression that may help us better understand the nature of emptiness. Also, by examining our cultural assumptions about the nature of reality, we can better understand and penetrate those assumptions, and by so doing come to appreciate the Buddhist view. Since Galileo took his telescope and turned it on Jupiter, scientific thought has increasingly depended on the power of mechanical instruments. We get the sense, and it is widely promoted by science, that by using mechanical instruments and mathematics, we stop being subjective and instead become objective. Everyone knows the senses can be misleading, it is said, so let us dispense with the senses. They are giving us only appearances anyway, and we're trying to penetrate through those. The idea of objective measurement came to be strongly emphasized during the time of Galileo, and by the end of the 19th century, scientists felt the objective science of physics was virtually complete. The physics of the time was assumed, with very few exceptions, to be an absolute representation of what was really out there. At the beginning of the 20th century, this view began to break down. Scientists started to understand more clearly that their instruments of measurement were themselves contributing to the data they were detecting. But the real revolution came with the development of quantum physics, which investigates the very smallest components of physical reality. It is here that the participatory nature of measurement and experimentation becomes most obvious. In quantum mechanics, attributes of mass, speed, shape, and location vanish as purely objective entities. All of them can only be seen in relationship to the methods of measurement. As the renowned physicist Werner Heisenberg said, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. As scientists looked still deeper, they started questioning the objectivity of the analytical tools they use. Mathematics, for instance, is one more human creation. Euclidean geometry is only one of a theoretically infinite number of geometries that can be used. And the same goes for algebra and for various logic systems. The subjective element seems to be inescapable on all fronts. In no facet of science, whether we are dealing with astronomy, physics, or medicine, do we even get one bit of information about any reality existing independently of our modes of questioning. All our sensory experience consists of experiences that are contingent upon our sense faculties. Even by reducing everything to the subatomic level of electrons, quarks, and so forth, we are still left with nothing but appearances. What is inescapable is that all we know of the world, theoretically and empirically, consists of appearances to the mind. We have access to nothing else. Understanding this, the concept of reification becomes universally applicable. In the same way that we look out on the world and view perceived objects as if they existed inherently in objective space, so too do we view things like electrons and sound waves as if they existed independently of our conceptions of them. Perceived objects exist in relation to the conceptual schemata within which they are understood. We reify an object by removing it from its context, by ignoring the subjective influences of perception and conception. So let's have a look at what he's saying there. When we look out on the world, everything we see appears to exist independent of us. So this word independent existence is described using a number of terms in Buddhism. Probably the most common term you will see is the term inherent existence. And inherent existence has the idea of things being self-existent. that the world is made up of many separate discrete objects, each one having its own unique identity. So this is what the word inherent existence implies. Another term that's commonly used is things existing from their own side. And this has the idea that things are already existing out there independent of an observer. That the world is already made up of many separate objects existing there from their own side. We are simply coming along and confirming their existence. So existing from its own side means simply existing without the need of an observer. And another term that's commonly used is true existence. And the word true, of course, generally means something is true if it doesn't deceive us. Now things appear to exist independent of us. And if things actually exist in that way, they would be true. Meaning the way in which they appear and the way in which they actually exist would match. So true existence means existing in the same way in which it appears. So these are three terms used to describe independent existence. They're talking about the same thing, but they're describing it from a slightly different perspective. So these are common terms that are used. There are other terms, but these are probably the most common ones that you'll see. And they're all talking about the same thing, independent existence. Now, the world appears to exist independent of us, and we accept that, we believe that, because everything we see has always appeared in this way. We've never seen the world appearing in any other way. So there's no reason for us to question these appearances. But what this view of emptiness is saying is that if we investigate these appearances, we'll come to realize that things are not existing as they appear. They do not independently exist. So we'll come to realize that things are empty of inherent existence, meaning they are not independently existent. So this phrase here, empty of inherent existence, is emptiness. In Sanskrit, of course, shunyata. So emptiness is not saying nothing really exists. Emptiness is simply saying that things are empty of inherent existence. They're empty of independent existence. They're not independently existent. Why? Because they are dependently existent. And the term we see here is the word dependent arisings. So arising here means coming into existence. So things come into existence dependently. So things are not independently existent, or in other words, things are empty of inherent existence because they exist dependently. They come into existence dependently. So if we can understand what we mean by the fact that things are dependent arisings, we can better understand the idea of emptiness, what that really implies. So that's what I'd like to look at now, is what do we mean by the fact that things are dependent arisings? They come into existence dependently. The first way in which things are dependent arisings, or they come into existence dependently, is that everything exists depending on causes and conditions. For example, this laptop here exists depending on causes and conditions. One of the first conditions necessary is someone needed to think about designing this laptop. And then, of course, all the raw materials needed to be gathered, refined, the various components needed to be manufactured, and then all those components needed to be assembled. And then, of course, all the people and factories involved in the process also necessary. So all of these causes and conditions were necessary for us to have this laptop here today. So I think this is fairly straightforward. But also we can talk about that things exist depending on their parts. Again, this laptop exists depending on its parts. Without the metal casing, the screen, the keyboard, the battery, electronic components, without all of these parts, there would be no laptop. So a laptop exists depending on its parts. Again, I think that's fairly straightforward. So I think most of us don't have any problem accepting this, that everything exists depending on causes and conditions and it exists depending on its parts. But what we're saying here is that this understanding of dependent arising should be overturning the idea that things are independent. But I think most of us here are quite happy to accept that this laptop exists depending on causes and conditions, exists depending on parts, and yet I think most of us are happy to accept that when we walk in the door, there's already a laptop here existing on the table. But according to this logic, that shouldn't be possible. You can't be both dependent and independent. It's one or the other. So why is it that we can happily accept that this is independent and yet we also accept that it exists depending on cause and conditions of parts? The reason is we only understand these ideas at a very superficial level. To understand these at a deeper level, we have to go to the third way in which things are dependent. Is that things exist depending on labeling, designation, conception. These all mean the same thing, different words that are used. So if you understand one, you understand all. They're the same meaning. And when we look at that, we may think, yes, I think I know what that means. It means there's a thing here which we're calling a laptop. Again, that's a fairly superficial understanding of what this means. To appreciate what we mean here at a deeper level, we can understand that actually when we look out on the world around us, we're receiving a mass of sense data, particularly visual data. And we have to make sense or meaning out of all of this data. So what we do, of course, is we draw lines around various collections of data and we create objects. And we need to do more than that because if we don't do that, there would be no sense or meaning. It would just be a mass of data. We couldn't relate to it. So we have to make meaning out of this by drawing these lines, because we're not living in isolation. To be able to communicate with others, we then have to give names to the things that we've created to be able to communicate. So this is what this means, that things are labelled, exist through labelling, designation, conception. Is this process of drawing a line, creating an object, and then giving it a name. And how we do this line drawing is not fixed. It's completely arbitrary, depending on the meaning that we want to get out of what we experience. For example, how many objects are there? Most of the time, it probably makes most sense to draw one line around all that data, create one object and call it a star. Probably most contexts, that's the most meaningful thing to do. But in other situations, it may be more meaningful to draw two lines and say there's two triangles there. Or on another occasion, it may be more meaningful to say there's 6 triangles there. Or maybe 6 triangles and a hexagon. Or on another occasion, it may be more useful, more meaningful to say there's just a collection of 18 lines there. So how many objects are there? Is there 1, 2, 6, 7, 18? How many objects are there? We decide. There is no star there from its own side to be found in the basis. We bring the star into existence by drawing a line, creating an object, and then calling it a star. So there is no star to be found there. So therefore, you have a couple of terms here. One is that things are merely labelled. Merely means just, only, meaning that things only exist within our conceptual framework. That's what merely labelled means. Another term we have is that things are not findable. Not findable means you cannot find the object in the basis. There is no star to be found there from its own side within the basis. Not findable doesn't mean we can't find a laptop on the table. Not findable means you cannot find a laptop here in the basis, because we bring the laptop into existence by drawing a line around all of that data, creating one object and giving it the name laptop. So laptop, star, all phenomena only exist within our conceptual framework. They do not exist from their own side. They do not exist independently. Everything okay so far? Okay. Let's now go back to these 2 ideas based on this understanding and try to understand these at a sort of deeper level. So we say that things exist depending on causes and conditions. So this is a timeline, this is a seed, and this is the plant that it produces. So we say the plant exists depending on causes and conditions. The underlying cause of the plant is the seed. The conditions are the soil, sunlight, water, fertilizer, and so forth. So those causes and conditions coming together, we end up with the plant. Now, of course, we believe or grasp onto that seeds and plants and everything exists independent of us, independent of our conceptual framework, which means that there should be a fixed, obvious point where the seed becomes the plant. So at what point does the seed become the plant in this process? If we look at this, of course, we'll understand that the seed becomes the plant at the point where this configuration of data stops looking like our concept of seed and starts looking like our concept of plant. And each one of us have slightly different concepts of what is a seed and what is a plant. For some of us, this is already a plant. For some of us, it's here. For some of us, it's here. We decide when the plant comes into existence. There's no plant to be found there from its own side. Another point here is that the seed and the plant are in a cause and result, or cause and effect relationship. If 2 things are in a cause and effect relationship, then by definition they cannot exist at the same time. That's the definition of cause and effect relationship. So here's the question. Does the seed stop existing before the plant comes into existence? So think about it. Does the seed stop existing before the plant comes into existence? Yes or no? Which is it? It can only be two answers, yes or no. So does the seed stop existing before the plant comes into existence? Yes or no? If you say no, it means the seed is existing at the same time as the plant. Illogical. They cannot. So no is illogical because they're in a cause and effect relationship. No is illogical. If you say yes, the seed has ceased to exist, where is the plant coming from? Yes is illogical. Both no and yes are both illogical. Which means if we believe that things exist independently, then common sense idea of cause and result becomes illogical. It cannot function. And actually, great Indian master Nagarjuna, in his classic work called Mula Madhyamika Karika, or the Fundamental Wisdom of the Middle Way, from the 2nd century, he has 27 chapters of these arguments. He says, you believe in independent existence? What about cause and result? How does that work? Agent and action, how does that work? Fire and fuel, how does that work? All of these common sense ideas become illogical if we believe in independent existence. So this sort of line of reasoning can help us to break down this idea that things exist independently. Actually, then things become illogical. Similarly, on that point, the idea of impermanence. You know, we hear about impermanence, that things are changing moment by moment. So we have this idea that we have something in the present moment, and in the next moment it becomes something else, in the next moment it changes something else. So this is often our idea of impermanence. Things are changing moment by moment. Is this impermanence? No, it can't work. Because if this is a moment of time, no matter how short it is, it would mean that this object during that time didn't change. Which is contradictory to impermanence. So you cannot have a moment of time, no matter how short. If you have a moment of time, it means during that moment, it's not changing. Which of course is irrational. So you cannot have findable moments of time like this. It becomes illogical. So actually impermanence is this. It's not this. But we have concepts such as moments to explain the process. And we need concepts like moments to explain processes. But if we believe the moment of time exists from its own side, we can find that moment of time there, then the whole thing becomes completely illogical. Just like the concept of seed and plant and cause and result is useful, meaningful. But if we then look for the seed and plant there, the whole thing becomes illogical. It can't work. Also, we say that the plant, the result, depends on the cause. But this view here that we're looking at, this view of emptiness, is saying that not only does the result depend on the cause, but the cause depends on the result. So how does the cause depend on the result? How does the seed depend on the plant? And the answer is not that this plant produces more seeds. That's not the answer. So how does the seed depend on the plant?
It has the potential to become plants.
What do you mean?
It has this, all the what you call it, like program for becoming a plant.
Can you say a little bit more?
Yeah, it's a kind of a, but it has the potential to be a plant because it has this biological.
Right. Anyone else?
Yeah.
How does the cause depend on the result?
Actions? No?
you can only call something a cause if you have the idea result. You can only call something a seed if you have the idea plant. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Whether or not it produces the plant or the result is irrelevant. So the idea cause can only exist relative to the idea result. The idea seed can only exist relative to plant. So in that sense, the cause depends on the result. Let's now look at parts. And for that, we can use the example of a pen. We say that the pen exists depending on its parts. But can you find a pen there in the bases? Is there a pen to be found there? Is this a pen? No. Is this a pen? No. Is this a pen? No. Is the metal tube, is that a pen? No. Is the ink inside a pen? No. Is the round ball on the end a pen? No. Where's the pen? And people go, oh, that's easy. It's the collection of that stuff. There's a collection. Oh, no. It has to be in a certain shape. So you have to tell me when the pen comes into existence. No, not yet. Back to front, actually. Broke my pen, I think. Okay. I'll fix it later. So, what we can understand is that the pen comes into existence when this configuration of data starts looking like our concept of pen, most closely enough. Usually our concepts have at least two parts, appearance and functionality. So when this appears closely enough to our idea of pen, and it seems to function according to our idea of pen, then there's a pen. We bring the pen into existence. There's no pen to be found here from its own side. Because if the pen existed here from its own side, it would mean if a caveman walked in the door, they'd pick it up and start writing with it. Maybe if a caveman came in here, they'd see some sort of weapon to stab with. And then, of course, if a dog came in here, they may see some sort of chewing stick, something to chew on. And then if a tiny ant came here, they may see some sort of home to live in. So is this a pen, a weapon, a chewing stick, or a home? From its own side, none of those things. From the side of the observer, all of those things. So we bring the pen into existence. Now, so what we can say is that the pen exists depending on its parts. But what we normally think is, and unfortunately our language reinforces this false idea, is what we say is this is a pen. This is a pen. So what we've done by speaking like that, because here is just a collection of changing phenomena. It's just a collection of change. And what we've done, we have to do this, so there's nothing wrong with this, we have to do this, otherwise we can't function, is we draw a line around there, we create one object and we call it pen. We need to do that, otherwise we couldn't function. Nothing wrong there. So what we're doing is we're applying the label pen to the basis. But of course what happens is we don't realize that's what we're doing. And particularly through our language we say this is a pen. And then we end up with problems because this basis here is constantly changing. The label pen is static. It doesn't change, the label pen. Our concept could change, we could refine our concept occasionally, what it really is a pen, but pen itself is static. So we're applying that to the bases, But what we do is we fuse them together. The label is not the basis. We're applying the label to the basis, but by using language such as this is a pen, we've stuck them together. And so then we're relating to this as some sort of static, unchanging thing that exists from its own side. Then we have problems. And we relate to it in that way, and then of course we're completely out of sync with reality, because there's no pen to be found there from the side of the basis. So the pen is not the sum of the parts. This is not a pen. Pen is something merely labelled depending on the parts. So the two statements are, the pen is the parts, versus the pen is merely labelled depending on the parts. If we can understand that these two things are not saying the same thing, we're beginning to understand something about emptiness. Any questions?
Maybe. If idea then is coming from us, and what about idea itself and independency of idea, our idea?
What do you mean? The concept itself. Yeah, we create the concept.
Yeah, but what about idea itself and independency of idea?
Yeah, you can't find an idea. Same thing. Idea is an idea, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a name we've given to understand this process that we're doing. We have to have we give a name called idea, concept, to understand what this is, what we're doing. So yes, we're not saying pens don't exist. We're just understanding how pens exist. Concepts exist, ideas exist. How do they exist? Same way. Everything exists dependently. Because you can only have a concept if it relates to something. Otherwise it's just meaningless. So the concept pen can only relate to something. You can't, it's just, otherwise it has no meaning. It's just a collection of sounds or a word or something. It has no meaning. So again, when we look out on the world around us, we have to make sense or meaning out of all of this. So we have to draw lines and give names. Otherwise we couldn't function, it'd just be meaningless. In fact, I think a newborn baby has difficulty doing that. They have to learn how to do that. And we, even now as adults, we're continually improving our ability to draw lines. And we know that. When we go into a new situation we've never seen before, we sort of look at something in front of us and we go, what's that? And we don't even know if it's like one thing or a collection of things. We don't know how to draw the lines, so we're sort of confused. And so we try to draw lines, and we do this, we're pattern matchers. We have a data bank of previous ideas and concepts, and we're trying to somehow match that to this. And so we're trying to do pattern matching and come up with some understanding of this. And so then we may have to draw some new lines and create some new concepts to make sense of this. And so we're continually improving this. So there's nothing wrong with this. In fact, we need to do this. And the better we can do it, the more meaningful we can do it, the better we can function. This is what's going on. What we're doing is we're turning our lines that we draw into boundaries. So we're seeing the world as made up of many boundaries. We're seeing the world as made up of many separate, discrete things already. We don't realize we are creating this world of experience. But then you ask, well, what's the problem? We're seeing the world as already divided up into all these separate things. The problem, of course, is exactly what we saw yesterday evening, this chart. Is that if we really believe that the world is already made up of many separate discrete things, then of course when we have an experience of something, and again the flowers, if we really believe those flowers exist there independently of us from their own side, and we have a pleasant experience, we're naturally going to assume that the attractive quality is there in the flowers. We'll see them as inherently attractive. And then, of course, we'll have attachment to them. Or if it's unpleasant, we'll have aversion. So this is why believing that the world is divided up and independent of us leads to attachment to pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things, and the whole mess starts from there. Now, in terms of this process, most often in our experiences, the very first line we draw is we draw a line around here. Because there's single experience. And in single experience, there's two aspects. There's experiencer and experienced. And we need to distinguish experiencer from experience. Otherwise, it can't make any sense. And I think even a newborn baby has difficulty doing this. So in single experience, we need to draw a line, create experiencer, create experienced to make sense or meaning. No problem there. We have to do that. But again, we don't realize that's what we're doing. We believe there's already an independent me here experiencing this independent world there. So we've turned this line into a boundary. There's independent me, independent world. But this way of seeing ourselves is completely illogical. And to show that, we've got a good example. Is this big? Is it big? You can't have big on its own, right? You can only have big relative to small. You can't have big and small. It doesn't make any sense. Similarly, you can only have up with down, in with out. Like that, you can only have me relative to not me. You can only have me relative to you. Subject relative to object. Experiencer relative to experienced. But what we do, of course, is we draw the line, we create me, create the experiencer, but then we grasp onto that as something independent of the experienced. This is what's called self-grasping, grasping onto independent me. That's how we relate to ourselves. But that grasping onto independent me is exactly like saying this is big. It is completely illogical. But that's what we believe, instinctively. There's an independent me here, independent world there. So we're completely out of sync with the world. We've turned this line into a boundary. And so what we do, of course, is we contract around the me part of the experience and split ourselves off from the world, seeing there's an independent me here. And then, of course, we're fighting against reality because we're talking interdependent. So we're completely out of sync with reality. And we're fighting against reality. And that's why we have mental afflictions and suffering, and often cause suffering for the people around us. And very often in our behavior, in our experiences, we have a strong self-grasping, usually. There's usually a strong sense of me going there, me doing this, me saying that. It's always this me, with self-grasping, seeing ourselves as independent. So the more the self-grasping, the more out of sync we are with reality, the more likely we're going to have attachment, aversion, and suffering. Sometimes, though, in our behaviour, the self-grasping is not as strong, particularly when we are more focused on the activity rather than the agent who's doing the activity. For example, when we're absorbed in reading a good book, we're absorbed in watching an interesting program on TV, we're absorbed in solving a problem at work. On those occasions, we're more focused on the activity rather than the me who's doing the activity. And we know from our own experience in those occasions, things seem to flow better. Time seems to go quite quickly. Why? Because we're not fighting against reality so much. We're not grasping onto this independent me as much. So we're a little bit less out of sync with reality. That's why things go better. And that's really highlighted in people who've developed a high level of focus in their activity. People like professional musicians, professional athletes, have spent thousands of hours of training in their activity and have developed a high level of focus in their activity. And then often when they engage in their activity, they often report that they're in the zone or the flow state. So much so that often they say, there was no sense of me, there was just the music playing, there was just the sporting activity happening. And not only that, they also, on those occasions, they report peak performance, optimum performance. Why? Because we're not fighting against reality, because this self-grasping is very much reduced. We're much more in harmony with reality. But this, of course, is only due to increased focus. So due to increased focus, self-grasping is somewhat reduced. Good. But of course, what we want to do is not just reduce self-grasping by having better focus. We need to eliminate self-grasping, understanding there is no independent me here to begin with. So this is Vipassana practice. Vipassana practice is all about eliminating self-grasping altogether by realizing there's no independent me. So if we can realize emptiness, we can realize there's no independent me, no independent objective world. We'll realize there's no boundary here. There's not one single boundary in the entire universe. And through that, we'll be able to develop boundless love and compassion for everyone. Because now we see there's a me here and a them there. There's me and them. There's some gap or distance, a boundary. So with that, it's very difficult to fully develop love and compassion for others, because there's always this sense of somehow difference or distance. But if we realize emptiness, we'll realize there's no boundary between us and anyone else. And in fact, this is a measure of if our emptiness practice is going in a good direction. If you notice in your emptiness practice, if you're having some sort of experience in the Vipassana practice, and then if you notice after the meditation that not only is your mind more calm, but you notice that you feel closer or more connected with others than more than normal, this is a very healthy sign. Because this loving kindness and compassion is the natural expression of emptiness. Because if we can experientially see outside of meditation there's no boundary, then that expresses itself naturally as loving kindness and compassion for others. It's not like my suffering, their suffering. My suffering is more important. There's just suffering, so let's fix it. So this is a measure that our emptiness practice is going well. But then sometimes people, they take that to a bit of extreme. You know, we hear about that when you realize emptiness directly, then out of that comes sort of spontaneous love and compassion for others. And then people think, okay, then I don't need to work on that now. I'll just realize emptiness and then it'll sort of come automatically. That's not going to happen. Because if we don't work on those two wings of practice individually now, if we don't have work on the Vipassana practice, and we also, if we don't work on the loving kindness compassion practice individually now, we're not going to get to that point. So we have to, as a beginner, both work on the Vipassana practice and separately work on loving kindness and compassion practice, because that's the fuel for the wisdom practice. And then, of course, when we come to the direct realization of emptiness, we'll see that these two are not actually different practices. They're like two sides of a coin. That loving kindness and compassion is the natural expression of emptiness. But till we get to that point, we need to work on them individually to balance. Because what can often happen, and I see this quite a lot, is, you know, all Buddhist traditions, of course, say to overcome mental afflictions and suffering, we need Vipassana practice. And so people go, okay. And so they put a lot of effort into Vipassana practice, you know. What are you doing? Oh, I'm doing Vipassana, I'm doing Vipassana, I'm doing Vipassana. But what I find is that people who do that, and often do put a lot of effort into Vipassana, but then they neglect all these other practices, particularly loving kindness and compassion, they just sort of leave it out. What I find is often these people become very self-absorbed, become completely disconnected from the world, and often very insensitive to the sufferings of others. And in extreme cases, they believe that because they're doing some high level of Vipassana practice, it means now everything they do is with wisdom. So then actually they start to become very unethical, thinking that they're beyond ethics because they're some high level Vipassana practitioner. So everything they do now is with wisdom, and then it's a disaster. Also, I find the opposite sometimes. You know, I sometimes find people who want to be a kind, good person, so they put a lot of effort into loving kindness and compassion, good, but then they sort of forget about the wisdom, the Vipassana side of it. And then they often find themselves in difficulties because of that, because it's imbalanced. And one of the imbalances there, of course, is that our loving kindness and compassion practice can be very biased. Yes, I'll help these people because they're nice people, they deserve help. But these people here, they're horrible, nasty people. I'm not going to help them. In fact, I hope they suffer. They deserve to suffer because they're nasty sort of people. So we become very biased in our loving kindness and compassion. And then, of course, without the wisdom, even if we have a very good, pure intention to help, often we do things that don't help and even sometimes create even more suffering because we're lacking the wisdom of knowing how to help. And then also what can happen, particularly people who have very strong urge to help others, you know, we see this often in social workers, aid workers, full of enthusiasm, full of compassion, go out, want to fix the world, heal the world, and usually within 3 to 6 months, compassion burnout. And this is a classic example of compassion without wisdom. The wisdom here is, of course, of knowing what we can do to help, what we can't do to help, and the wisdom of knowing when to rest and look after ourselves. Because if we allow ourselves to run down physically and mentally, that's not very smart because we're not going to be able to help anyone. So therefore we need that wisdom. And then there's one other situation that I think all of us have probably experienced many times, is that we try to help someone and then they take advantage of us. Another classic example of compassion without wisdom. Because if we try to help someone and we allow them to take advantage of us, this is not very compassionate. Because we're encouraging them in some sense to behave badly. And compassion is about helping them not only overcome suffering, but the cause of suffering, which is the mental afflictions. So if we allow them to take advantage of us, we're actually the opposite of compassion. So therefore, with wisdom, we understand that and we do not tolerate that behaviour. Of course, we're not talking about attacking the person, but we need to be very firm if someone's trying to take advantage of us and say, we will not tolerate that behaviour. That's completely unacceptable. So that's wisdom, understanding that that is how to be really compassionate. So therefore, we need to both. We need to work on Vipassana and we need to work on the compassion wing of practice. And so that's why in the session after lunch today, in the session after lunch tomorrow, we're going to look at the compassion practice. This afternoon after lunch, we're going to do the loving kindness practice together with how to work with attachment, deal with attachment, and then tomorrow we're going to look at the compassion practice, how to deal with anger as well. And then one other point on this is that, as I mentioned, the basis of Vipassana is shamatha, the concentration practice. All Buddhist traditions say the same thing. The three main practices is ethics, concentration, and wisdom. And of course that wisdom needs to be balanced with compassion. But if you actually look in the modern day Buddhist traditions at what people are actually practicing, the concentration practice, the shamatha practice, seems to get left out. You know, in the Theravada traditions, you hear a lot about Vipassana, 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 Vipassana. In the Mahayana traditions, you hear a lot about bodhicitta, and Tibetan tradition also bodhicitta, and this emptiness, and then you hear about deity yoga and all sorts of wonderful things. But what happened to the shamatha practice, the concentration practice? It seems to get left out. And so then people put a lot of effort into Vipassana, a lot of effort into their deity yoga practice, their emptiness practice, their bodhicitta practice. Nothing happens. And the main reason is we don't have the basis. We haven't got shamatha. We don't have a calm, clear, focused mind. So then we can put a lot of effort into these other practices and not really get anywhere because our mind is completely distracted, we're half asleep, it doesn't work. So therefore, and I think this is particularly relevant in our modern society, and it seems to be getting worse, is that our normal attention skills are going downhill dramatically. And they've done some studies in young children, young kids, and the average attention span is dramatically decreasing. The main reason? These. Really, the main reason is this. Is all this stimulation, you know, this messaging and texting and all sorts of things. It's an absolute disaster for concentration. So I think for us in our modern society, we really need to put a lot of effort into this concentration practice, shamatha practice, because if we can put some effort and improve our attention skills, you'll find all these other practices, particularly the Vipassana practice, which really requires a very sharp, clear, focused mind to do this investigation, will work a lot better, a lot better. So that's what I very much encourage. So, any questions?
Will you explain about this shamatha practice, how to do it?
Maybe I can say a few words now. It's a huge topic. I'll just mention a couple of things that may be useful. So in the shamatha practice, we're trying to develop our attention skills. And in the shamatha practice, usually in the text, there are two qualities that are emphasized or talked about. The two qualities that you find in the text for this shamatha practice is, again, we're developing our attention skills. So the first quality we are cultivating is stability. Stability means to be able to focus on an object without becoming distracted. So the fault we're trying to overcome here is distraction. But not only do we want a stable mind, i.e. to be able to focus without distraction, we want to be able to focus on the object in a very clear way, so clarity. And clarity is to help us to overcome dullness. But I always like to add a third quality that usually you don't see mentioned in the meditation texts. And that is relaxation. Because most of us in the modern society lead very busy, hectic lives, bombarded by stimulus, our minds are chaotic, and generally whenever we want to focus on something in daily life, what we normally do is we tense. Because we know our mind is so chaotic that to focus on something I need to tense, to focus. Unfortunately, that sort of works a little bit. And so we keep doing it. But we know from our own experience, if we focus on some object or task with a lot of tension for a longer time, we become completely exhausted and often become very agitated. And so generally, we tend to bring this into meditation. That when we do this shamatha practice, and often in many Buddhist traditions, when we do this shamatha practice, the recommendation is to focus on the breath. You know, either usually the abdomen or nostrils is the most common. And then, of course, when we come into this practice, that's what we do, because that's what we do in daily life. We tense, and we tense a lot, and even to the point where some people say they get headaches from meditating. I mean, they're just way too tight and tense. And there's no way that we're going to improve our attention. We're going to get completely exhausted, and we're going to get very agitated. So the very first thing we need to do in this shamatha practice is we need to learn how to relax. We need to relax the body and relax the mind. Because without relaxation, there's no way you're going to develop sustainable stability and clarity. So we need to emphasize these qualities in this order. And again, I think this is not really mentioned much. You won't find it hardly in any of the meditation texts. In fact, you find the opposite. Often in the beginning of a shamatha instruction, you'll see something like, firmly tighten your focus on the object. And you go, yep, I can do that. And we go, and then of course what's even worse is we get distracted, we get frustrated, and we think the reason we got distracted is we weren't tight enough, so we come back and we get even tighter. I mean, it's absolute disaster, absolute disaster. So the first thing we really need to do is we need to learn, and many of us have forgotten how to do this, we need to learn how to relax. Relax the body, relax the mind. Now we have two extremes. When we're focused, we're tense. When we're relaxed, we're half asleep. So what we want to do is we want to combine those two. We want to be completely relaxed and at the same time alert. This is something new for us. We don't know how to do this. We're either alert and tense, relaxed and sleepy. So this is what this is about. First we work on relaxation, then we stabilize our attention and then improve the clarity. So then we can be relaxed and focused. This is what we're trying to bring together in this shamatha practice. And then, just maybe one other point, is what object to focus on. Those of you who've studied a little bit of Tibetan Buddhism, often in this practice, one of the things that's often recommended is use a mental image of a Buddha. I think for most of us that's not going to work, because many of us are not very good on visualizing and we don't really familiar with what a Buddha looks like. So for most of us I think that's not a good option, even though often in the Tibetan Buddhist texts that's the one that's recommended. And I think the reason it's recommended in Tibetan Buddhist texts is that the highest level of practice, of course, is Tantra, Vajrayana practice, where you do a lot of visualizing of Buddhas and deities and yourself as a deity. So if you've already practiced that in shamatha, that's a good preparation for Tantra, Vajrayana practice. So it's like that's the trajectory, and that's why often the mental image of Buddha in Tibetan Buddhism is recommended, because of that. But I think realistically speaking, for most of us, that's very difficult. It's not really going to work, at least initially. So therefore, there are a couple of options which I think are very conducive for us in the modern world. And most Buddhist traditions emphasize using the breath as the object. And with the breath, we can have a number of variations of the breath practice. The one that we've done a little bit in the meditations we've done so far is this, what's called the full body breath practice. And that is just noticing the sensations of breath anywhere in the body. This is particularly good for working with relaxation. So if you're finding a lot of agitation and tension in body and mind, this is particularly a good practice to really work on relaxation. And then a lot of Buddhist traditions emphasize focusing on the area of the abdomen, just the rising and lowering of the abdomen. Particularly the Theravada traditions work with this. And then the other variation that's quite widely emphasized is focusing at the entrance of the nostrils. But again, I think here in the modern society, with this one we need to be very careful, because the object here is very subtle, which means, again, because it's harder to detect, our natural tendency can be to tighten, and we're elevating the focus as well. So focusing here, and I know from my own experience and talking to many people, we have to be very careful with the relaxation. If we're not relaxed and we're focusing here with tightness, if we do that, particularly if we're doing a meditation retreat, and we keep doing that, even if it's very clear and focused and well, but we do it with tightness, if we keep doing that day after day, week after week, we're going to get a lot of problems. We're going to get a lot of agitation, a lot of imbalances in the body. We don't want to go there. So if we really want to use this, and it can be very useful, is we really need to make sure that we're super relaxed in the body and mind. And then two other objects that are particularly emphasized in certain Tibetan traditions, and I think also are very conducive for us in the modern world, one is to observe our own mind. So when we're observing the mind as the object, we're observing the mind plus whatever's coming up in our mind. So we're observing our thoughts, emotions, memories, images, and so forth. And I think this is particularly helpful in our modern society because many of us in the modern society are the slaves of our mind. That when some thought, emotion, or memory comes up, we identify with it, we follow it, we get caught up in our thoughts, emotions, and memories, and often we get overwhelmed by them. And then often, if they're unpleasant, we don't know what to do with them, we try and stuff them back down, we try to suppress them, which brings a whole lot of problems in the body, and then we project a lot of this negativity onto the people around us. So really, I think many of us in the modern society are really the slaves of our own mind, and our minds have become our worst enemy. This practice of observing the mind will help us to make our mind our best friend and become the masters of our mind instead of the slaves. Because here we are learning the ability to simply observe thoughts, emotions, memories, and so forth arise and pass, arise and pass, arise and pass. And every time we can do that, we're not feeding the habit of them coming up. Which means that if we do this practice over time, what we will notice, not only are we going to have a more calm, clear, focused mind, we'll find that the amount of mental garbage coming up in our mind will get reduced and our mind will naturally become more quiet and still. So really this has huge benefits in our modern society. Many people, of course, find this much more challenging than the focusing on the breath because the mind is more subtle. It's not a physical, tangible object like the breath, but there are enormous benefits for this practice. And then one other practice that we can use for the shamatha practice is focusing on awareness. Sometimes this is called shamatha with no object, because in this practice we are turning our attention to awareness itself. In these practices we are using our awareness to focus on an object. We're using our awareness to focus here on the breath, we're using our awareness here to focus on our thoughts and emotions and so forth. But in this practice we're turning our attention to awareness itself, and we're just resting in that experience of being aware. This is even more subtle than this practice. Many people find this even more challenging, not because it's complicated, but actually because it's too simple. Because this practice involves basically doing nothing. We don't know how to do nothing. We always want to do something. So when this practice is explained, often people go, yes, but what have I got to do? Tell me what I've got to do. Doing is the problem. Stop doing, and then you're in the practice. All we need to do, instead of doing, is being. Just be. Just be. Just be present. Just know that you're aware. That's it. That's the practice. So simple. That's why people find it difficult, because it's too simple. But this practice also has huge benefits in our modern society. Because in our modern society, we're in this obsessive, compulsive doing mode. Do, go, 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 non-stop. And our mind is completely agitated. End of the day, we're completely exhausted. We go to sleep, we collapse, we get up next day, go, 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 do. It's a disaster, absolute disaster. And also, in our modern society, it's felt like if you're not doing something, you're not being productive. So just do something, just do anything. I mean, it's a disaster, absolute disaster. So our default mode in daily life is OCD, obsessive compulsive. Everything, doing, thinking, go, 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 go. I mean, it's not sustainable, and we see that. We have so much problems, physical and mental problems because of that. With this practice, we're going to be able to switch from this obsessive compulsive doing mode into being mode. So we're going to rest in the stillness of our awareness. And what you're going to find here is that this stillness of awareness is completely open and spacious. And so through this practice, we can make that our default mode in daily life. We can be, our default mode, instead of OCD, our default mode can be resting in the stillness of awareness. And then we can switch on the conceptual mind when we need to in daily life to engage in activities and still be resting in that stillness of awareness instead of being caught up in our OCD thoughts and compulsive behaviours. So there are enormous benefits with this practice as well in daily life. So that's, I think, 3 objects that can be very helpful for this practice. And now it's just about lunchtime, so maybe if there's any last question about this, and then we'll break for lunch.
What about outer objects?
Right. Sometimes in the meditation texts, it says, particularly in the context of breathing, mindfulness of breathing, it says, oh, you find that even too difficult? Then they say, okay, pick a stick or a pebble or something, a physical object, put it down and look at it. That could be a starting point. But what you'll find is that a visual object is very coarse and you won't get very far in the practice. It may help you get into the practice, but then at some point you'll need to switch to a more subtle object, an inner object, because that won't take you very far. Same as like a repetitive mantra, a repetitive sound, could be useful to start to get into the practice, but because it's an external object, it's a coarse object, it won't get you that far.
Is it same with breath also?
The breath is internal, and also what you'll find in the breath practice, that when the mind settles down, what you find is as we get more and more focused, actually the sense faculties slowly shut down. So you'll find that even the sensations here or wherever you're focusing, it'll shut down. But fortunately with the breath practice, before that happens, what happens is you get a mental image arising related to the breath. And it's not something you generate, it's spontaneous. That will happen before your sense faculties shut down, and then you switch to that, and you use that mental image the rest of the way. So you'll have to move to a more subtle object. But yes, for some people whose minds are completely out of control and can't even begin to use the breath, they say, yeah, pick a visual object, a stick, a pebble or something, and just look at it.
Because what I heard about shamatha is that you will be able to focus on one spot for days and hours if you have a very good shamatha. You can kind of stay there.
Right, but that is not in the shamatha meditation. It means that because of that shamatha, in daily life, you can really, I mean, sometimes they say that, you can almost count the atoms in the wall. You have so much clarity. So you can then apply that mindfulness in daily life to be completely focused. But in the actual meditation, even well before you achieve shamatha, your sense faculties will shut down, including your visual faculty. All of them will shut down, they'll become dormant, because your mental faculty is focusing on the object so well. In the meditation now I'm talking, in the actual meditation session. But yes, that would translate into daily life in being able to focus on things in a very clear way.
And what I understood also, that the person experiences enormous bliss when they do it, and they cannot sometimes get out of it.
Yeah. Yes, there are, and then we'll break for lunch. There are 3 qualities, and this is a way to notice if your shamatha practice is going in the right direction. There are 3 qualities that become more and more manifest the further you go. And the 3 qualities are clarity, non-conceptuality, bliss. So the further you go in your shamatha practice, the more clear your mind will become. Non-conceptuality here really means stillness. The mind will become more and more still. And then bliss. Each one of those 3 experiences is very seductive. Very nice experience, extreme clarity, extreme stillness, bliss. So all the meditation manuals warn the meditator about these, because it's so easy to get caught up in craving and attachment for them. So when they arise, if you start craving them, your whole practice will come to a grinding halt. Rather, use them as signposts when they start to arise to know, oh, I'm going in the right direction. Keep going. Because each one of those, when they arise, helps us to actually go much deeper. Very conducive to go deeper. So don't start craving them, otherwise the whole thing will grind to a halt. Just use them to know that we're going in the right direction and go deeper into the practice.
Why not choose mantra?
Again, an external sound of a mantra could be a good starting point, but because it's an external object, it's a sensory object, you won't be able to get very far with it. You'll be able to progress better than where we are now, but at some point you'll need to go beyond that, because it's a very coarse object. It can only take us so far.
Okay, at some point, but
Yeah.
because which mantra you use, and if you are analyzing them.
Right. So remember, reciting mantra we can do for many reasons.
Yeah.
Here we're talking about developing attention skills.
Oh, okay.
In Tibetan Buddhism, when we recite mantra, it's usually not in this context. It's in the context of deity yoga practice, and then it's used for different purposes. So yes, so we need to be sure that we're using practices in the right context for the right reason. Here, to develop attention skills, chanting a mantra is not so useful. Maybe right at the beginning, like observing, looking at something, it could, but then we'll need to go beyond that.
Yeah.
But usually in Tibetan Buddhism, when we chant mantra in practices, it's not for the purpose of developing attention skill, it's for other reasons that we chant the mantra.
Yeah, in Shamatha you have nine
Sure,
levels.
sure,
Then,
that's
yeah,
right.
you can-
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, time for lunch, so let's break for lunch and we'll come back at 2:30. In this session, I'd like to go into the compassion wing of practice to give a bit of balance for our vipassana practice. In particular, I'd like to, in this session, look at the loving kindness practice. And loving kindness here is a translation of the Sanskrit word maitri and the Pali word metta. And loving kindness is simply defined as the wish for ourselves and others to be happy. Or in other words, the wish for ourselves and others to have happiness and its causes. And so therefore I think it's better to translate maitri and metta as loving kindness rather than translating it as love. Because love in the English language is an emotion, and often it implies some sort of intimate behaviour. Whereas here, maitri and metta, loving kindness, is not an emotion. It's an aspiration, it's a wish. It's an aspiration and wish for ourselves and others to be happy. Now, of course, we all probably have an aspiration to be happy now, a wish to be happy. But often our aspiration or wish to be happy is a bit misdirected. So rather than finding happiness, we often even end up with more suffering. And so this is very nicely summarized by great Indian Buddhist master Shantideva in the 8th century. And he says, "Those desiring to escape from suffering hasten right toward their own misery. And with the very desire for happiness, out of delusion, they destroy their own well-being as if it were the enemy." So if we want to develop an aspiration for happiness, to have happiness and its causes, then of course we need to know what do we mean by happiness and what are the causes of happiness. Because otherwise, loving kindness for ourselves and others is just a bunch of words. It doesn't have any meaning if we don't know what we're striving for and how to achieve it. So what is happiness? And we've already looked at this briefly. We can talk about these two types of happiness: temporal happiness, which is another name for pleasure, and genuine happiness. So temporal happiness, of course, is our pleasurable experiences. And our pleasurable experiences are what's called stimulus-based happiness. That we receive some stimulus, and because of that we have a pleasant experience. So therefore, temporal happiness is what's called conditioned happiness. We need certain conditions to come together to have that experience. And therefore, by its nature, it is, of course, transient. It's unreliable, because if the conditions don't come together, there's no pleasant experience. And then, of course, if we look closely, it's not even really in the nature of happiness. Because if these pleasurable experiences were in the nature of happiness, it would mean that the more we engaged in them, the more happy we should become. But we know from our own experience, if we overindulge in our pleasant experiences, they don't tend to make us more happy. In fact, they often produce a lot of suffering. You know, eating too much of our favourite food is the classic example. Whereas genuine happiness is a state of inner well-being that does not require any particular stimulus to be present for it to be there. So this is not a stimulus-based happiness, so therefore it's a much more stable happiness. And so then when we talk about the aspiration or wish for happiness and its causes, we're mainly talking about this one, of course, genuine happiness. And if we don't distinguish these two types of happiness, then what we do now, of course, is often in our aspiration for happiness, we identify this as happiness, which means, of course, we end up with craving and attachment for pleasurable experiences. And then that craving and attachment for pleasurable experiences then usually leads to some sort of worry and anxiety about not getting them, not getting enough of them, losing them. And then, of course, we often then have frustration when we don't get them. And even if we get them, then we often overindulge and produce a lot of unnecessary suffering. And then, of course, getting upset when they finish. And then, also, of course, we just end up craving more. Because we feel like the reason we're not fully satisfied is we didn't just get enough of it. So I just need more of it, and then I'll be okay. I'll be better. In fact, that reminds me of a study I saw recently, where this person was interviewing billionaires, not just wealthy people, mega wealthy people, about their level of happiness. And of course, as you probably expect, in general, their level of happiness was quite low. They were quite unhappy lot, actually. But still, the average reply in the survey was that if they had 25% more money, they would be more happy. So they still believed the reason they weren't happy is they just didn't have enough money. 25% more money, they would be more happy. That was the average reply. So I think they haven't understood that money doesn't guarantee happiness. In fact, in another study also I saw was they were measuring wealth versus happiness. And of course, if you have no wealth, it means you're starving, no roof over your head. So what they found is as you got wealth, your happiness improved, because then you have food in the stomach, roof on the head, basic necessities. But what the study showed was that when we got to a level of wealth that where the basic necessities were covered, any more wealth than that, actually the level of happiness went downhill. That's what the study showed. So it sort of tends to imply that money doesn't guarantee happiness. And also, with this craving and attachment for pleasant experiences, craving and attachment is never satisfied, which means that actually what happens and we know this from our own experience, if we get something that we really like too often, then at some point craving and attachment goes, sorry, that's not good enough anymore. Because craving and attachment always is looking for something bigger, better, and different. So actually, we end up losing out on the things we used to enjoy. So if we can identify these two types of happiness and then strive for the genuine happiness, then what we will find actually is that we will enjoy our pleasurable experiences much more than we do now. Because, you know, often we hear in Buddhism that we should strive for genuine happiness and not for this. And then people mistakenly think that, oh, it's a choice. Either I have pleasurable experiences or I strive for this and I don't have any there. So people sort of go, oh, I don't want to give up my pleasurable experiences. But actually, if we strive for this, what you'll find is you'll enjoy your pleasurable experiences much more than you do now. Because you'll realise this is never going to satisfy you. And if we strive for this, we'll reduce our craving and attachment for our pleasurable experiences, and you'll find you'll enjoy the simple pleasures in life much more than you do now. So actually it's a win-win situation. But then, of course, if we are striving for genuine happiness, you know, this loving kindness is the wish for happiness and its causes, then we need to know, well, what are the causes for genuine happiness? You know, even if we know about this genuine happiness, we need to know, how do I strive for genuine happiness? Otherwise, having them wish for it is just hollow words, because we have no method to achieve that state. So what the causes, of course, we've already seen are three primary causes. That if we want to find genuine happiness, these are the causes. That on a basis of an ethical lifestyle, avoiding harmful behaviour, we engage in the concentration practice, we develop single-pointed concentration, and then on that basis we engage in the wisdom practice, the vipassana practice, to come to realise the nature of reality, thereby overcome our distorted view of reality, thereby overcoming all of our mental afflictions and suffering. And so that state of being liberated from suffering and its causes is this state of genuine happiness, of inner well-being. So if we can understand this, then loving kindness makes sense, because then when we aspire to happiness and the cause of happiness for ourselves and others, we know what we're talking about and we know how to achieve that result. So then that loving kindness that aspiration for happiness would translate into making effort into these practices to strive for this goal, and it would make effort in helping others to also engage in these practices so that they also can find genuine happiness. And in the loving kindness practice, we are cultivating this in stages. Generally in the meditation texts here, they identify 4 stages that we go through. That first we cultivate loving kindness for people close to us, our so-called friends, because it's most easy. Once we're comfortable with that, we cultivate loving kindness toward people we don't know very well, the so-called strangers. Once we're comfortable with that, then we expand out to people who we find difficult, the so-called enemy. And then eventually to all sentient beings, to all living beings. So these are usually the 4 stages mentioned in the text. But I think in the modern society we need to add one more stage at the beginning that normally you won't see in the meditation text, and that is to cultivate loving kindness for ourselves first. And I think the reason they weren't mentioned, that wasn't mentioned centuries ago, was people felt pretty good about themselves historically. So we didn't need to emphasise that. But I think in our modern society it's very different. I think in our modern society We often even find an epidemic of low self-esteem and self-hatred. So if we don't feel kind and compassionate to ourselves, we're not going to be able to extend that out to others. So that's where we need to start. So that's what I'd like to do now, is I'd like to do a meditation going through these stages, cultivating this aspiration of loving kindness. But before I do that, any questions about anything we've covered so far? Anything not clear? Okay, let's do the practice. So we'll do a 20-minute meditation going through these stages, cultivating loving kindness. As an act of loving kindness for yourself, allow your awareness to descend into the body. Simply becoming aware of sensations throughout the body. And using the out-breath to relax and release any tightness or tension in any part of the body. In this way, allowing the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. Allowing the breathing to flow naturally and effortlessly. And setting the mind in a state of ease and relaxation. Simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Through focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. kindness is the wish for ourselves and others to have happiness in its causes. And we can begin by cultivating loving kindness for ourselves and then slowly expanding that out to others. No matter how much mental afflictions are in our mind, that is, no matter how much craving, attachment, anger, jealousy, anxiety, and so forth are in our mind, these mental afflictions are not part of the nature of our mind. They are merely like dirt covering the surface of our mind. And beneath these mental afflictions of our mind. So imagine this inner purity of your mind in the form of a small, white, radiant sphere of light in the center of your chest, at the level of your heart. And then arouse the thought, how wonderful it would be if I had happiness and its causes. May I be truly well and happy. And then with each out-breath, imagine rays of light radiating out from the sphere of light at your heart, filling and saturating your entire body and mind. The white light transforming into everything you need to be happy. So with each out-breath, breathe out the light of loving kindness, sending to yourself whatever you need to be happy, in the short term and the long term. And then imagine you've now found the genuine happiness that you seek. And simply rest in that state of inner well-being. Rest in that inner purity of the mind. you wish to be happy, so does everyone else. So next bring to mind someone close to you, a loved one. And picture them very clearly in front of you. And arouse the thought, how wonderful it would be if they had happiness and its causes. May you be truly well and happy. And then with each out-breath, imagine rays of light radiating out from the sphere of light of your heart, filling their body and mind, and transforming into everything they need to be happy. So with each out-breath, breathe out the light of loving kindness, sending to them whatever they need to be happy. And imagine that they've now found the genuine happiness that they seek. And take delight in this. And then allow your field of loving kindness to expand out to the person seated next to you. They are also just like yourself in wanting to be happy. So arouse the thought, how wonderful it would be if they had happiness in its causes. May you be truly well and happy. And with each out-breath, breathe out the light of loving kindness, sending to them whatever they need to be happy, in the short term and the long term. also now found the genuine happiness that they seek. And rejoice in this. Now allow your field of loving kindness to expand out further. And allow your mind to move around. And whoever comes to mind, attend to them. May you have happiness in its causes. May you be truly well and happy. And breathing out the light of loving kindness, sending to them whatever they need to be happy. Allow your mind to continue to move around. Whoever comes to mind, whether it's an individual or even a group of people, attend to them. Breathing out the light of loving kindness, sending to them whatever they need to be happy. No matter how much light is sent out, it is sent out from an inexhaustible source that is in no way depleted. What I'd like to briefly do now is have a look at attachment. Because I think there's a lot of confusion about attachment. As we already briefly have seen, attachment is one of the three main mental afflictions, the three poisons. That first we have this ignorance, which is this distorted view of reality, and from that we end up with attachment to pleasant things and aversion to unpleasant things. And sometimes that aversion is listed as anger, a very strong type of aversion. So these mental afflictions we are to eliminate 100%. But often when we hear that, particularly in terms of attachment, people feel somehow that if I get rid of my attachment, my life will become very bland and boring. I won't be able to enjoy life anymore, because attachment gives me a lot of enjoyment in my life. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Craving and attachment interferes with our enjoyment of the simple pleasures in life. And we've seen that a little bit already. That if we have craving and attachment for pleasurable experiences, then with that comes often fear and anxiety, or worry and anxiety about not getting it, not getting enough of it, losing it. And then of course if we don't get it, we often get frustrated. If we do get it, it never really satisfies us. We end up simply craving for more, and then often we even overindulge in that pleasant experience, create a lot of unnecessary suffering. And also, as I mentioned, craving and attachment is never satisfied. Craving and attachment is always looking for something bigger, better, and different. And so we end up losing enjoying things that we used to enjoy, because craving and attachment at some point says that's not good enough anymore. And this was really highlighted to me very clearly many years ago when I did my first long meditation retreat. I was in Spain, side of a mountain in a retreat hut, and the retreat centre was a place that provided meals, so I don't particularly like to cook for myself in retreat. So every day there would be a basket of food would be delivered near my hut. And it was quite nutritious food, but basically every week it was the same menu. And we know from our own experience, even if there's some food we like, but we eat it regularly, then it doesn't take too many weeks before we go, oh, not that again. But my experience was completely the opposite. In fact, after a month of eating the same food, it tasted better. And then I thought, wow, the cook is really putting a lot more effort into the cooking. They must be adding more herbs or spices or something, because the food is much more tasty now than it was a month ago. And then a few more weeks went by and it kept tasting better. So after about 6 or 7 weeks, I suddenly realised, actually, this is exactly the same food as it was 6 weeks ago. Exactly the same. What had changed was, being in meditation retreat, my mind was calming down, my craving and attachment was calming down. So I was actually starting to enjoy the food much more without the craving and attachment. And also, what I found was, I was in this retreat hut on the side of a mountain, really beautiful, spacious view, Mediterranean in the distance, very nice. But again, generally, if we're in a place that has a very nice view, then it doesn't take too many days of being there. After a while, we don't even notice the view anymore. But my experience was the view was getting more and more beautiful. And even little things, insignificant things, tiny little flower, after a month or 6 weeks, I thought, wow, that's so amazing, so beautiful. And again, the same thing was, because my craving and attachment was subsiding, I was appreciating all these little things that previously craving and attachment would look at and go, boring, 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 not good enough. And so I never enjoyed those things, because craving and attachment said, sorry, that's not good enough. I need something bigger, better, and different. So when we reduce that craving and attachment, this was my experience, and this is what the Buddhist texts say. So I think you'll find that if we reduce our craving and attachment, you're going to start to enjoy simple pleasures in life much more than you've ever done before. And then when that's explained, people go, Okay, let me think about that. That may be the case. I'll check that out. But then they say, but I definitely need attachment for a relationship. If I don't have craving and attachment, there's no basis for any relationship. Again, it's the exact opposite. Craving and attachment interferes with our relationships. And part of the difficulty here is simply the word, the terminology, the word attachment. Because in psychology, we often hear about attachment theory. And there, they even talk about we must develop healthy forms of attachment. Of course, there are unhealthy forms of attachment. We must develop healthy forms of attachment. And the classic example they give is the strong bond between mother and child. And they use the word attachment to describe that strong bond between mother and child. From a Buddhist perspective, yes, we need to have a strong bond between mother and child. In fact, we need to have a strong bond to everyone. So that strong bond is not necessarily attachment. And I think it comes to the way the word attachment is defined. In Buddhism, the word attachment is defined as a mental factor that sees its object as attractive. So attachment is a mental factor that sees its object as attractive. It exaggerates the object's attractiveness and then wishes to possess and hold the object. So again, it's a mental factor that sees its object as attractive. It exaggerates the object's attractiveness and then wishes to possess and hold the object. Why? Because attachment believes that object is the source of our happiness. Whereas attachment in psychology is defined quite different. In fact, I've got a couple of definitions here of the word attachment in psychology. One is that attachment is an enduring emotional tie to a special person, characterized by a tendency to seek and maintain closeness, especially during times of stress. Another definition of attachment in psychology is that it is a feeling that binds one to a person, thing, cause, or the like. Another definition is attachment is a feeling of affection for a person. And some synonyms for the word attachment in psychology is affection, devotion, regard, loyalty, love. So I think attachment, the way it's used in psychology, has quite a positive flavour. Whereas attachment in Buddhism, the way it's used, the word, is quite negative. Particularly when we talk about relationships. Because in a relationship, attachment actually sees the other person as an object to satisfy me. So attachment is all about me, me, me in a relationship. And it doesn't even look at the other person as a person. It's just, the other person is just an object to satisfy me. Whereas love or loving kindness in a relationship is simply the wish for that person to be happy. And of course the fine print is without expecting anything in return. What we would call unconditional love. No strings attached love. Love, conditional love or strings attached love, is love polluted by attachment. And that sounds like this. I will love you as long as, and here comes the condition, as long as you keep saying and doing things that make me happy. Otherwise, no. So the very easy way to distinguish between love and loving kindness and attachment is love or loving kindness is saying, I want you to be happy. Attachment is saying, I want you to make me happy. Now, of course, in our relationships, these two are mixed together. So what we need to do in any relationship is distinguish these two aspects and try to reduce the attachment as much as possible and try to increase the loving kindness as much as possible, and then our relationships will improve. And we need to be realistic and not think that by next week I'll get rid of craving and attachment. It's not going to happen. In fact, this world we live in Buddhism is called the desire realm. And here desire is another word for attachment. Because from a Buddhist perspective, the main driving force in our life is desire, craving, attachment. That's our driving force. So it's something that is very much habitual, and it's not something that will easily eliminate. But the more that we can identify it, the more we can reduce it, particularly in a relationship, the more healthy our relationships will become. And also in Buddhism, we often hear this expression that, according to Buddhism, we are to love everyone equally. And then when people hear that, they have a very strange idea what that means. They feel that that means that, oh, okay, according to Buddhism, I need to spend equal amount of time with everyone, and I need to behave in the same way to everyone. This would be a complete disaster. If we're talking particularly intimate behavior, it would be very disastrous. To love everyone equally, remember here, loving kindness is not a behavior, it's an aspiration, it's a wish. So when Buddhism says love everyone equally, it means trying to cultivate equally the wish for everyone to be happy. That's something we can aspire to equally wish everyone to be happy. Then we would express that loving kindness with our partner in a very intimate way and probably spend a lot of time with them. We would express that same loving kindness with our family members in a different way and spend less time with them. We would express that same loving kindness to our neighbours and work colleagues in a very different way and maybe spend no time with them. So this is what it means to love everyone equally, to equally wish everyone to be happy. And then when this is explained, then people go, okay, maybe it's true, maybe there's two dynamics in a relationship, unhealthy one, attachment, healthy one, loving kindness, and try to distinguish them and reduce attachment, increase loving kindness. Okay, maybe that may help improve my relationships. But still there's another doubt. And the other doubt is that often people say, okay, but I need attachment because I'm a creative person and I need attachment to be creative. Again, completely opposite. Craving and attachment and mental afflictions interferes with our creative talent. Of course, mental afflictions like craving, attachment, jealousy, anger provide a lot of fuel for creativity in terms of music and art and so forth. How much is being produced in the name of mental afflictions? A lot. But here we're talking about the actual source of creativity, not the subject matter. The source of creativity is not mental afflictions. In fact, mental afflictions like craving and attachment interferes with our creativity. That is suffocating our mind. So if we can reduce and eliminate mental afflictions, you'll find that the space will open up for creativity to come through more easily. And now, often, we tend to be creative for quite selfish motivation. You know, look at me, how wonderful a musician or artist I am. Aren't I very good? Whereas I think the truly great creative people are the ones who use their creative talents to inspire others for a good purpose. So if we can reduce our mental afflictions, not only will we become more creative, we'll become more creative for a more meaningful reason. So therefore, if we can work to reduce our attachment, you'll enjoy the simple pleasures in life more, your relationships will improve, and you'll become more creative for a more meaningful reason. So it's a win-win-win situation. Any questions about attachment? Okay, we've got a few minutes left, so I'd like to just then briefly talk about how to deal with attachment. So the first step, of course, to dealing with attachment is to have a clear understanding of what we mean by attachment. So again, here in Buddhism, when we use the word attachment, we're talking about this mental factor that sees its object as attractive, it exaggerates the object's attractiveness, wishes to possess and hold the object. So this is the first step, to have a clear idea of what attachment is and how it actually causes problems for us. And the second point here, I think very important, is to, as we saw in the loving kindness, is to have a good understanding of what we mean by happiness. Because as long as we think happiness is our pleasurable experiences, we're going to continue to be focused outside of ourselves in the search of happiness, and then automatically with that will come craving and attachment. So therefore, if we can really appreciate that genuine happiness is coming from within, then we can more easily reduce craving and attachment for those pleasurable experiences. Because we'll realize they are never going to give us any lasting, genuine happiness. Then, how to deal with attachment when it arises. So we need to, of course, have two strategies. We need to have a short-term strategy, long-term strategy. The long-term strategy to eliminate attachment is to eliminate the underlying cause. And the underlying cause of attachment, of course, is our distorted view of reality. So if we really want to overcome attachment 100% long-term, we need to get rid of this fundamental ignorance. We need to engage in this Vipassana practice, gain this wisdom of emptiness we just started to look at before lunch. So that's a long-term strategy. But while we're working on the long-term strategy, we need a short-term strategy to at least sort of keep the lid on attachment. Because the more we allow craving and attachment to manifest, the more mental afflictions and suffering we'll have, and the more that will obstruct our long-term strategy of emptiness practice as well. So, how to deal with craving and attachment in the short term? The key is mindfulness. Because now what happens, of course, is craving and attachment comes up, and then it takes over our mind. And usually we only notice it once it's got hold of our mind. But then it's a bit late because we're already out of control. So if we got to the point where we have this strong craving and attachment and we're sort of out of control, then the only real thing we can do is get out of that situation, cut from the object that is causing the craving and attachment, because we're out of control. But the key, of course, is to stop it before it gets to that point. And the key to do that is mindfulness. And that's why also the shamatha practice is very important. Because in the shamatha practice we are improving our mindfulness. Therefore, through the shamatha practice, what we'll notice is that craving and attachment starts to arise, and then there's a window of opportunity before it takes hold of our mind. That window may be only 1 or 2 seconds, but there's a window of opportunity. If we don't have mindfulness, we won't be able to take advantage of that, because we'll only notice the craving and attachment once it's already got control of our mind. Then there's not much we can do because we're already out of control. So to get that window of opportunity, to notice the craving and attachment early, we need mindfulness. With mindfulness, we can notice the beginnings of craving and attachment. Then we're still in control, then we can do something. And one effective thing to do is simply observe the craving and attachment. Because if craving and attachment's coming up and we start to observe that, it means we're not focusing on the thing that is causing it. So there's nothing feeding it anymore, because now we're looking at craving and attachment instead of the thing that's causing it. So there's nothing feeding it. And so if we can observe that craving and attachment, it can't do anything because it's an object. We're not identifying with it because we're looking at it as an object. Then we're free of it, which means you'll notice it starting to come up and it'll pass because we're not feeding it, we're not identifying with it. Of course, we're not trying to suppress it. If we identify with it and follow it, or we try to suppress it, then it has a lot of power to overwhelm us. But if we can simply watch it as an object, arise and pass, it can't do anything, and it can't continue, it'll pass. So that's one effective thing to do with not only craving and attachment, but all mental afflictions, is simply notice them when they arise, and just watch them. Arise and pass, arise and pass. This is why also this shamatha practice of observing the mind is very good practice, because it helps us to develop the habit of observing our thoughts and emotions. Now we don't have a habit of observing them. We have a habit of identifying with them and following them, or if we don't like them, the habit of trying to suppress them. And then the other thing we can do, if craving and attachment is arising, is we can apply an antidote. And we can use both the compassion and wisdom wing to apply antidotes. So if the craving and attachment is for a person, we can, very good to use the compassion wing. Because craving and attachment for a person, the focus is on me. I want this. So we have a first person perspective. So what we can do is use the loving kindness as an antidote. Because loving kindness is focusing on the other person. So loving kindness is second person perspective. So if we can shift from me, what do I get out of this, to focusing on the other person, wishing them to be happy, that's very good for reducing craving and attachment. And then we can use the wisdom wing of practice if craving and attachment arises. In particular, we looked at the first type of vipassana was impermanence. That was the first insight we are developing in the vipassana practice, that everything's changing moment by moment. And often in Buddhist texts, this is listed as the antidote to attachment. Because if we are having craving and attachment for a person or a thing, and we can see that person or thing as changing moment by moment, then craving and attachment's got nothing to grab hold of, because there's nothing to grab. So if we can really see that person or thing as something that's constantly changing, then the attachment will dissipate. And then at a deeper level, we can apply on the wisdom wing this emptiness practice that we're just starting to look at. And that is, we can investigate the object, which could be a person. And if we're having craving and attachment, we can look for the beauty. Where is the beauty in the person? Where is the beauty in the object? And try to find it. And I think if we look in a very clear way, we'll see that there's no beauty to be found in the person or the object, that we are simply creating the beauty based on our experience. So there's no beauty there. That beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So if we can appreciate that experientially, that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then we can simply enjoy that pleasant experience without the craving and attachment. So this is also an antidote to attachment. We can apply this way of investigation. So these are some ways of dealing with attachment. A lot more to be said, but I think that's enough for now. So if there's any questions, otherwise it's just about time for afternoon tea break.
What about with the last suggestion you have about emptiness, to see the beauty, but what about turn?
Exactly, yeah.
I tried this
Yeah, sure.
rather recently, and it was the first time I noticed it was some kind of worry that something had happened to somebody, because I didn't get contact. So I felt worried.
Worried about what?
Somebody, relation.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that
then
somebody happened to this person.
something happened to them, and
Yeah,
then
I was worried about that.
and then
Then I sit down and
Reflect.
meditate and reflect
Yeah.
on who is worrying here.
exactly. So this
And
is
it actually, it reduced.
tremendously. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
this was the first time.
yeah, exactly. So here, in fact, we can, with this emptiness
It was
practice,
obvious.
yeah, with this emptiness practice, we can focus on at least 3 aspects of any experience. We can focus on the object of the experience. So in case of attachment, look for the beauty. In the case of anger or something, look for the ugliness. We can focus on the mental affliction itself. Where is the attachment? Where is the anger? Or you can focus on the agent, the me. Where is the me that's getting angry? Where is the me that's getting worried? Where is the me that's having attachment? Each one of those can be very effective in dissipating. So you can use any one of those And if you find one more effective than the other, then use that. If you find it more effective to focus on me, where is the me that's getting attached or getting angry or getting worried? Or where is the, investigating the object, or actually even look for the mental affliction. Where is this anger? That one often people find a little bit more difficult. But the agent, because the me is easier to focus on.
I was really surprised because I didn't expect anything to happen.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I think that's
part of it. If we, yeah, exactly. So
I just tested.
yeah, I mean, in anything, of course, if we allow expectation to come in, we're setting ourselves up for frustration and disappointment. So yes, we can apply that as well. So that can be very effective. Anything else anyone would like to bring up?
Will you get back to the difference between loving kindness and compassion when we move into compassion tomorrow?
Yeah. I'll give a short answer and then we'll talk more about compassion tomorrow. Loving kindness and compassion are really looking at the same thing but from two perspectives. Loving kindness is looking from the perspective of happiness, and compassion is looking from the perspective of freedom from suffering. Of course, it's the same goal that we're looking at, but one is looking from the perspective of happiness and the other one is freedom from suffering. So they're not two completely different things. You can't really have one without the other, because freedom from suffering is genuine happiness, but we're using those two perspectives. Okay, let's take a break, come back at 4 o'clock, and then we'll go back into the emptiness practice, the Vipassana practice of emptiness. We'll start this session with an emptiness meditation, but before we do that, just a few comments. When we come to establish this view of emptiness, that things do not exist independently, usually in the meditation, in the texts, they establish the view of emptiness on the basis of some physical phenomena. For example, the classic example is in a text by a great Indian master, Chandrakirti, from about the 6th century. He uses a chariot or a cart, and he says, where is the cart here? Can you find the cart? And he proceeds to pull apart this cart or chariot and say, well, it's not to be found. And so in that way we can understand that you cannot find the object in the basis, and thereby establishing the view of emptiness, that nothing exists independently. But then when it comes to meditating on emptiness, it's very much recommended that we first start by focusing on me, the person. Because it's on the basis of grasping onto an independent me that then by default we grasp onto independent world, and the whole mess starts from there. And of course, me, the person, is something very familiar to us. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to do a little emptiness meditation and look for this me, this independent me that seems to be here. So again, when we do this meditation, as I mentioned earlier, we want to be like an empirical scientist. We want to be investigating using direct observation. So what we don't want to do is allow our intellectual mind to come in and try to answer this question, because again, we all have some sort of belief system in who we think we are, how we exist. That may or may not be accurate, but of course that is of no interest here. We're not trying to just confirm our belief system. What we're trying to do is to see how we really exist. So we need to do this investigation using what's called bare attention, just looking directly to see if we can find this me that seems to be here, and just leave the intellectual mind out of the process. So we'll do the meditation, and then I want to comment a little bit more about that practice after the meditation. setting the body into a state of relaxation, stillness, and vigilance. So a vigilant posture is to simply keep the back nice and straight. And at the same time allow the entire body to become completely relaxed. Using the out breath to relax and release any tightness or tension. And preparing the mind, not dwelling in the past, not anticipating the future. In particular, letting go of any expectations for this meditation. And simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Maintaining that ongoing flow of mindfulness of the sensations of the breath throughout the body. have a sense that there is a me here who is meditating. A me who is trying to relax the body, and a me who is trying to focus the mind on the breath. A me that seems to exist from its own side and doesn't seem to depend upon anything else to exist. Do you have this experience? Where is this me who is meditating here? Can the meditator be found anywhere? Can the meditator be found anywhere within the body? So thoroughly investigate every part of the body and look for the me who is meditating. The meditator to be found anywhere inside the head. Is the brain, is that the me who is meditating? Or is the brain simply something which I possess? Something which me, the meditator, is using? Is the whole body itself, is that the me who is meditating here? Or is the whole body itself merely something which I possess? Something which me, the meditator, is trying to relax? Can the meditator be found anywhere within the mind? So again, search thoroughly every part of the mind and look for the me who is meditating. Are any of the thoughts, emotions, or concepts in the mind, are any of these the me who is meditating? Or are thoughts, emotions, and concepts simply things which I have, things which me, the meditator, possesses? Is the whole mind itself, is that the me who is meditating here? Or is the whole mind itself merely something which I possess? Something which me, the meditator, is using to focus on the breath? Yet, other than the body and the mind, what else is there here? If there's nothing more than the body and the mind here, then where is the me who possesses this body and mind? Where is the me who is training this body and mind? Where is me, the meditator? meditator, simply rest in the experience of not finding. And even if you didn't find the meditator, isn't there someone who's experiencing all of this? So there is a me here meditating. But just because we don't seem to be able to find it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It simply means it's empty of independent, findable existence. The me who is meditating here is something simply labelled, merely labelled, on the basis of the body that is sitting here and the mind that is focusing on the breath. The merely labelled me is sitting here meditating. Let's go through the steps of that meditation to get a clear understanding of how to correctly do this practice. And this practice is described using a presentation called the 4 essential points. And the first point is the most important point in this whole practice. And here I'm using terminology from a book from His Holiness Dalai Lama called How to See Yourself as You Really Are, a very good book on this emptiness practice. And he calls this first step identifying the target. If you study the original texts on this, usually you'll see this as described as identifying the object of negation. Maybe you've heard that. But identifying the target, what does that mean? It means that we first need to get a clear picture of how we see ourselves existing. Because we want to look for that me. Now, of course, instinctively, we really feel as if there is an independent me here and an independent world there. There is an independent me here somewhere. And that's the me that we need to look for, because that's the me that we're identifying with in our behavior. And so that's what I did a little bit at the beginning of the meditation. I said, do you have a sense that there's a me here meditating? A me who's trying to relax the body and focus the mind on the breath. A me that seems to exist from its own side, doesn't seem to depend on anything else. Do you have this experience? And so then the point there is just to rest in that sense of me, the me that seems to be here. Just get a clear picture of that me that we are relating with, that we're identifying with. Because that's the me we need to look for. Because that's the me we identify with in our behavior. And this is where the most common point where we go astray in this practice. And what often happens is that instead of getting this clear picture of how the me seems to exist and then looking for that me, then usually what happens is when people begin to do the search, they turn it into an intellectual exercise. And then they always come up with an answer, usually based on their belief system. So again, if we've studied some Buddhist philosophy, we get this idea that the me that sort of goes from life to life is this sort of mental continuum or subtle mental continuum. Then often when we do the search, then often people, it's very easy, oh yeah, I'm not in the body because when I die the body's finished, so that's easy to say I'm not the body. Ah, but it's the mind that goes from life to life. And then the intellectual mind goes, ah yes, I'm the mind, or I'm the mental continuum. And then we're happy with that, we just go, yes, I'm the mind. But then we haven't done the practice, because all we've done is we've allowed our belief system, our intellectual mind to come up with an answer that we're happy with. Then we're not looking. We need to look, empirically, we need to look. Is there a me to be found here somewhere? So, therefore, we need to get a clear picture of that me, and that's what we need to look for. So this is the most important point. If we get this right, the rest is easy. The second point is in fact, again, I'll use the terminology from His Holiness's book. The second point, limiting the possibilities. In the original text, you'll see here something like establishing the pervasion. What this means is, if there is an independent me here somewhere, it must be findable. And that me can only exist in one of two places. Either that me is the same as the body and the mind, or different than the body and the mind. It has to be one of those two places, if it's findable, if it exists. And so this is what the second step is about, is understanding that if that me is to be found, it's either the same as the body and the mind, or different than the body and the mind. And if we don't find it in either of those two places, it does not exist. So that's the second step, understanding where we need to search. Of course, the only sort of possible place it could be would be the same as the body and the mind. Because if the me was different than the body and the mind, it would mean we would have to be able to have a sense of me over there somewhere. And we never have a sense of me separate from the body and the mind. But to be complete, we need to search there as well. Then we do the search. So we need to then search, is the me the same as the body and the mind or different? And we can do the search in either order. Usually the one that's described is we search, is the me the same as the body and the mind? So then we search within the body and the mind, and that's what we did in this meditation. In this meditation we first looked in the body, then we looked in the mind. You can do it in the other order if you like, doesn't matter. So you look in the body, is that me to be found somewhere there? We look in the mind, is the me to be found somewhere in the mind? If we don't find it in either of those two places, then the only place it could be is different from the body and the mind, which means that you would need to be able to take away the body and the mind and be left with a me. And so in that meditation I said, after that first search, I said, apart from the body and the mind, what else is there here? So then we can see, actually there's nothing here more than the body and the mind. So the me can't be something different than the body and the mind. And if we come to that point where we can't find that me, then we've understood, we've looked in the two places it could be, we didn't find it, which means it's not to be found. There is no independent me. So if we get to that point of not finding, then we hold that experience of not finding. That experience of not finding is an experience of emptiness. And so then we need to rest in that experience as long as we can. Because the more we can rest in that, the more that experience of emptiness will penetrate our mind and have more an impact on our mind, a more lasting effect. But normally what happens, of course, if we get to that point of not finding, then very quickly we either just sort of get distracted by something or we just space out. Then the instruction is go back, do the search again. If you don't find, then hold it again. Now, the most common experience that occurs in this practice, assuming we're doing the practice correctly, that we're not just turning it into an intellectual exercise, but if we do this practice correctly, then usually the most common experience that people have is fear coming up. If there's fear coming up, usually it's a very good sign. It means usually that you're doing the practice correctly, but you're misinterpreting your experience. The reason is that we are stuck in what's called the two extremes. And the two extremes are existence and non-existence. And by existence, of course, we mean independent existence, non-existence, or nihilism. For us now, there's only two possibilities. Either there is this independent me and independent world, or there's no me and no world. Because the only me and only world that we've seen and identified with is an independent me, independent world. Therefore, for us, if there's no independent me, independent world, that's the same as saying there's no me, no world. Because we don't entertain the possibility of any other way of existing. Either there is an independent me, independent world, or there's no me and no world. And so, of course, when we do this emptiness meditation, we are undermining this. Emptiness is coming to realize that there's no independent me, no independent world. So that extreme is overcome by emptiness. And then what happens, of course, is when we get to if we get to the point of not finding the me, then we misinterpret that experience of not finding as there's no me at all. So either I don't exist or I'm going out of existence. And so then, of course, a lot of fear arises. So to overcome the fear, two things. One, of course, is if fear is arising, thinking you don't exist or you're going out of existence, simply ask the question, who's having the fear? Because if you don't exist, there can't be any fear. So the fact that you're experiencing fear proves that you exist. And the second thing to do, of course, is to appreciate that not finding doesn't mean there's no me. Not finding simply means there's no findable me, no independent me. Which means if we understand this view of emptiness correctly, we'll understand that not finding means actually there is a dependent me. So to overcome the extreme of non-existence or nihilism, we can reflect on dependent arising. And that's what we did a little bit at the end of that meditation. You know, I said that, you know, even if you didn't find, isn't there someone who's experiencing this? So there is a me here meditating, and that me is a me that's merely labelled on the basis of the body and the mind. Any questions about anything here so far?
Maybe it's more like experience-based and see if it's
Sure.
But I get a sense now that we briefly talked about during the break there that well, concluding actually that it's not in the mind, it's not in the body, but it's there. Whatever, well, I'm sensing something, you could call it, well, it's difficult to name it, but some kind of not knowing or some kind of awareness, but it's not very clear. It's there, but not pointable to, so to say.
Right.
But there's a lot of, I sense there's a lot of energy and intention in it, so to say.
Right. Correct. So again, we're not negating me. So you have a sense of me. In fact, if there was no me, you couldn't have any experience. So you're correctly understanding that not finding doesn't mean there's no me at all. That there is an experience, there is me. But remember, in this practice, we are looking for the me that we identify with normally, the independent me, the findable me. That's what we're looking for in this practice. So that's why this is important. If we don't get this right, then the rest won't work. It's a bit like the example I often give is, let's say we're looking for a particular person in a crowded room. So this is like getting a clear picture, someone giving you a clear picture of a person. This is the person you need to look for. If you don't look for that person, but you sort of forget about that, and you start looking, then you may see a person, you go, well, maybe that's them. But, I mean, we're looking for this person. So that's why it's important to have a clear picture of how we see ourselves now. Otherwise, we'll always come up with some sort of answer, but we're not looking for that. We're not looking for this sense, indescribable sense of me, because that's not the me that we relate to when we get angry. We don't identify with this when we get angry, when we have craving and attachment. We identify with this independent me. It seems to be somewhere here. So that's the me that we're looking for. And if we don't find that me, that not finding is an experience of emptiness. That is a realization that there's no independent me. And then we simply rest in that experience. Because this is what overcomes this ignorance, this false grasping. So we just hold that experience as long as we can, allow it to penetrate in our mind. So once we get here, we stop investigating. And we don't then go off and think, well, actually, I still have a sense of something there, blah, blah, blah. Because then we're going off onto some other tangent, which is okay, but it's not this practice. So the practice is simply, is there a findable independent me? Look. If we don't find, we hold that experience as long as we can. The more we can hold that, the more that will penetrate the mind, the more that will affect the mind even after the meditation. So this is what we are to do. And on this point here, And this is a very difficult point, these two extremes. And I even hear people who, in theory, have studied a lot about Buddhism and emptiness for some years, and then I still hear them say things like, oh, it doesn't matter because everything's empty. I mean, this is completely the wrong understanding of emptiness. That's nihilism. Talking like that is nihilism. In fact, the correct understanding of emptiness is everything matters. That's the correct understanding of emptiness. Which means, because things are empty, things function. And because things function, they must be empty. So emptiness and dependent arising are like two sides of a coin. Now, for us, as a beginner, emptiness and functional world seem to be contradictory. Either there is this real independent functioning world, or there's no world. So they seem to be contradictory. But the correct understanding is that because everything is empty of independent existence, there can be an appearing functioning world. And because the world functions, it must be empty of independent existence. Because, for example, if this pen existed from its own side, if it had a unique nature of being a pen, then it couldn't function. It couldn't change. It couldn't become anything else. Because it's a pen from its own side. You couldn't create it, you couldn't destroy it, it couldn't function. But because it's not a pen from its own side, it has no unique nature from its own side of being a pen, it means you can create it, you can function, you can destroy it. So this is the correct understanding. And in fact, this idea we talked now about a couple of times of impermanence is very helpful for this. Because, you know, everything changes moment by moment. But remember, we said impermanence is not this. Impermanence doesn't mean in this moment there's a thing, which in the next moment becomes something different. In the next moment it becomes something different. That's not impermanence. We saw that that's illogical to think like that. Impermanence is this, which means you cannot point in any moment to a thing, because there's just change. Change constantly happening. It's not like for a short moment we have a thing, in the next moment it becomes something different, then it becomes something different, becomes something different. That's not impermanence. This is impermanence, which means actually if you come to realize impermanence, you're this close to realizing emptiness, this close. If you're very intuitive, sharp-minded, you will appreciate that impermanence means emptiness. But it's not automatic. There's a little bit of a step there. But from impermanence, the fact that there's only constant change, there's nothing to point to here, then we can really appreciate the emptiness. So, in fact, impermanence is a good basis for emptiness practice as well. If we can really internalize that impermanence, to taste it, we're this close to realizing emptiness. This close. Any questions?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
In neuroscience, they say that there is a place in the brain called the insula, where the concept of us is made. Yes. How does this relate to this?
Good. We make concepts, sure. We have to make concepts.
That's a place in the brain.
See?
So if I point...
Yeah, so
I
neuroscience, see what? It's a bit of a sleight of hand in neuroscience.
Yeah.
Is they've done a lot of work now in neuroscience to correlate between mental events and things happening in the brain.
Sure.
A lot of correlations.
Absolutely.
Great work. But then in the same sleight of hand, they say, therefore, thoughts are those things. I mean, all they've proven is that a particular thought, emotion, or mental activity correlates with certain chemical flow electrical signals. That's good science. That's accurate science. But then in the same breath, they say, oh, therefore they're the same thing. That is just a complete leap of faith. There's no proof for that at all. But because the thing is, modern science for the last 400 years is based mostly on materialism. That everything in the known universe can be explained in terms of matter and energy. And then all of a sudden we have this mental stuff which doesn't fit neatly into that. It's a bit awkward, you know. Thoughts, emotions, where does that fit? And then of course now we're doing neuroscience and we have this correlation, and then they go, ah, there it is. But I mean, that's just a complete, that's not science. That's just wishful thinking, really. I mean, there's no proof in that. There is proof that there's correlation, yeah, sure, no problem. We can see that. You do have a certain thought, there's certain activity in the brain, and so forth. So there's a lot of correlation, yes, for sure. But then to say that they are the same thing, I mean, that's really a big leap of faith there. So yes, so we need to understand the difference between two things being correlated and then simply saying they're the same thing. That's a little bit different.
I have a question about something you said before. When you do this meditation, and you said that when you feel this feeling of emptiness and dependent me, you should hold on to this feeling.
The not finding, yes.
What will be the effects if you meditate?
Well, first off, actually, it's more than not finding. Because if we go through this process properly, it's not just about not finding the me, it's knowing that it's not findable. Because we've looked everywhere. So there's a big difference. You know, if we have a picture of a person and we want to look for that person in a crowded room, but we don't do the search thoroughly, we do a little bit of search here and there, but not everywhere, then we maybe don't find them, but it has no impact. Because we think, well, I didn't see them, but maybe they're around the back there somewhere, so it won't have any impact. But if we have a clear picture of the person, and we look every single person in the room, methodically, we come to the end, and then we don't find, that not finding is we understand they are not to be found in the room. They're not findable. They do not exist in the room. That will have a very strong impact. We will know 100% they're nowhere in the room. So similarly, if we do this practice properly and we search methodically, we'll get to the point where we know through our search that the me is not findable anywhere. And then we hold that experience of not finding with that understanding there is no me to be found anywhere. And if we can hold that experience well, that will penetrate the mind. Meaning, now our mind has ignorance. We're grasping onto independent me. Now, all of a sudden, we have a mind that is opposite to that there's no independent me, and we're allowing that to penetrate the mind. So that's going to weaken that. Of course, one little taste of this is not going to destroy that ignorance. But the more we can allow it to sink into the mind and hold it, the more it'll start to undercut and erode that false view. So we need to keep doing that. This is why the shamatha practice is important. Because if we don't have the shamatha practice, one is that it'll be difficult to do this well, because we're going to be distracted and dull. And even if we do it quite well, if we get to the point of not finding, and we try to hold that emptiness experience without shamatha, we're going to get distracted quickly, we're going to get dull, and then it won't penetrate, it won't really have an impact. Whereas if we do this, if we have good focus, and then we get to that point of not finding, then we hold that with shamatha, with very good focus, and when you hold that, it can really penetrate very deeply and start to undercut that ignorance. So what you'll notice is if you can hold that well, one, it'll be a strong experience. And again, if we're not familiar with the view of emptiness and dependent arising, the most common experience is the fear. But if we understand that emptiness means dependent arising, and we have this experience, instead of fear, we're going to have a lot of joy, because we're going to realize the me that I've identified with in my entire life, the me that's caused me so much mental afflictions and suffering, simply does not exist. And so it will be very joyful. Actually, if you think about it, it's completely crazy that the root of all of our mental afflictions and suffering is a non-existent. It is. It's something that never has existed, cannot exist, and never will exist. It's the root of all of our suffering, all of our mental afflictions. It's only because we believe that it exists. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. It's crazy. But that's the reality. So if we can hold that experience of emptiness as long as possible, what you'll find is that it'll start to weaken this grasping, ignorant mind. And you'll find that that experience will be quite a strong experience. And then outside of the meditation, as long as that experience is still affecting the mind a little bit, what you'll notice is that, one, your mind will be much more calm, much less mental afflictions arising, and if they arise, they're very weak and last a very short time. And you'll find that sort of instinctively you feel much closer and connected to other people. And you'll find that if you see someone suffering, you're going to more spontaneously have compassion for them, regardless of who they are. That's a sort of what you'll notice. But of course that will wear off as the grasping mind reasserts itself. So we need to go to that next step of realizing emptiness with the shamatha. Then we can start to really cut the ignorance more fully, and eventually, of course, get rid of it altogether. One more point, and then we'll finish for the day. And this goes back to this point of trying to intellectually figure it out. And I think Einstein said this, that you cannot solve a problem at the level you created it. We created the problem in our dualistic conceptual mind, which means you cannot find the answer there, because that is the problem. Our dualistic conceptual mind is the problem. So if you want to intellectually figure out emptiness, give it up. I tried to do that from the beginning. And of course you'll just go round and round and round and round and round. And you can't get the answer, because you're trying to get the answer at the level that you created the problem. You need to drop down out of the conceptual dualistic mind to get the answer. So this is what we do in this meditation. We are dropping out of that dualistic mind to realize emptiness. And if we have this realization, or even experience or taste of it in meditation, and then we come out of it and someone says, tell me what you experienced, you'll go, well, it was sort of like this, sort of like that. You won't be able to express it, because this realization of experience of emptiness is beyond duality, beyond the conceptual mind. So therefore, yes, we need to use the intellectual mind to get an idea about emptiness and dependent arising, an intellectual idea, because this is the whole framework for our practice. If we don't have a framework for our practice, one is we won't know how to do the meditation. Two, if we have some sort of experience in the meditation, we won't be able to interpret that. We won't understand what it means. So therefore we can be spacing out and think we have some profound experience. We're just spacing out. So therefore intellectual framework is important, but only as a basis for meditation. Then we need to meditate and go beyond to come to directly realize this emptiness. Then tomorrow morning, what we're going to do is continue on with this and go a little bit further into this emptiness practice. In particular, I'd like to then look at, well, if there's no independent me, how does the me exist? And that's a very interesting question that we'll look at tomorrow morning. And then we'll also look at how then to practice this emptiness in meditation, but also daily life. And then how can we progress in the spiritual path using this practice of emptiness? And then in the afternoon session after lunch, I want to go to the compassion wing, look at the compassion practice, and in particular, look at anger and how to deal with anger. And in particular, I want to look at why is it so difficult to have forgiveness and compassion for people who behave badly? And why do we have this epidemic of low self-esteem in our modern society? And there's a very simple answer. So we're going to look at that tomorrow afternoon. And then in the last session tomorrow, we'll look at really how we can integrate all these practices into daily life. Because if we don't integrate these practices in daily life, no matter how much we meditate on these things in the morning, we're not going to progress. We need to do both. So we'll look at how we can do that tomorrow afternoon. So that's the program for tomorrow. So that's it. We've finished for the day. So hope you got something out of it. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you back at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.